It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parable? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables? It's a secret, but it's an open secret. It's plain to all, but only a few see and understand. Then Jesus said to them, don't you understand this parable? Then how will you understand any parables?
What's up? What's up? Oh, look at me in the void. I'm in the void. I've got no background. I'm just a V&A bubble in the void. What have I done to myself? Welcome, everybody. It's the Sunday chill stream. There are some other streams going on. You could join those. You could leave me here by myself and go join those. If you feel free, won't be offended. But this is the chill stream. So we're going to chill. And I've got about maybe an hour to make music. And then I need to get back to doing chores. But I can keep the conversation going. But before we get to that, we need to decide. We need to decide what we're going to watch. And I've gone to the Broken Clock Tower Discord. Let's just share my entire screen here. Okay. Oh, you're not going to be able to. Oh, I'll move into the other view where you can kind of see it a little bit better. So, I need feedback from the hive mind. And now, of course, my whole StreamYard screen, I can't get back to the comments. Oh, that's proper annoying, that. Proper annoying. I suppose I'll have to log in on my phone so that I can even just see the comments. Let me hit a branding and then I'll hit refresh. How about that? How about this thinking on his feet? The boy can't be stopped. Back in a few, folks.
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend.
It shut me down. Did it shut me down? Am I back? What?
Enjoy and finally last one. There's no art for the corner. If you
Midwestuary 2025, August 22nd through the 24th in Elmhurst, Illinois. A weekend you won't want to miss with special guests Cale Zeldin, Paul Vanderclay, Rod Dreer, Elizabeth Oldfield, John Vervaeke, and Jonathan Pajot. Midwestuary 2025, the Fellowship of the Spirit. Stay tuned for more details. Visit us at midwestuary.com for ongoing updates.
I had to reset. I had to refresh. We're having technical difficulties. What's going on? Now we've got an echo. Good grief. You tried to share the entire stream. Hold on, I gotta do some rearranging. There we go. Woo. 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 Whoa. We made it back. But I'm bereft of a bubble. I'm bubble bereft. Ah, there I am. Nice, safe, back where I belong. And for some reason it changed the background. Why would it do that? StreamYard. You know what I think it is? I think I know what it is, and I think it's I forgot to reload the card that I'm paying for StreamYard with, and so it was like, ooh, we see you forgot to pay, so we're going to cancel you. StreamYard tried to cancel me mid-stream. Harsh. All right, I've got to present again. Basically, I wanted you guys to help me decide whether we wanted to watch a very relaxing lecture that Lynn Lavoie clipped, did I already forget the dude's name? Jordan Hall, talking about Christ, nation states, and Bitcoin. Or we could watch the that was posted by Upcycle. Neil posted The Purpose of Humanity, having to do with the Ross Douthat. Actually, I guess it was a clip of PVK's take on the Rost Outfit telepathy tapes stuff. Basically, I'm asking you guys what we want to listen to in the background. And then I did notice that there was something up a little higher about the kids are woke right. Aaron McIntyre show. The kids are woke right. Who's thinking about the kids? So what do we want to watch? Anything but yay, I say nay. Dang. You guys aren't very helpful. No, Tunji, I don't want to watch that. It's gross. I already had to watch it this morning. The kids aren't all right. Do we watch the woke white? That's not going to be very chill. Let's try the ASMR lecture. But it's self-consciously relaxing, so I don't know if that's going to be good or not. That's the problem. Wow.
In some cases, we even know that there are different parts of the brain that are involved is that they have so many ways one to aspect do things or another perceive things, constructing those different representations or descriptions. If you look at one of my favorite books weighs about 20 pounds. It's the book on the nervous system by Kandel and Schwartz. And the index to that book is quite a lot of pages long, and it mentions 400 different structures in the brain. So the brain is not like the well, I shouldn't make fun of the liver, because for all I know, the liver has 400 different mini processes for doing things. But the brain has distinguishable areas that seem to perform several hundred different functions, and with a microscope, at first they all look pretty much the same, but if you look closely, you see slightly different patterns of how the most layers of the cortex of the brain, most parts of it, have 6 layers, and each has a population of different kinds of cells. There are a lot of cross connections up and down and sideways to other. They're arranged in columns of between 400 and 1,000 cells, and you have a couple of million of those. And there are lots of differences between the columns in different areas, and we know some of the functions. Most cases we don't know much about how any of them actually work, with the main exception of vision, where the functions of the cells in the visual cortex are fairly well understood at low levels. So we know how that part of the brain finds the edges and boundaries of different areas and textures and regions of the visual field. But we do not know even a little bit about how the brain recognizes something as a chair and an overhead projector and a CRT screen and that sort of thing. So the kind of question that I got interested in was, how can you have a system which has a very large number of different kinds of computers, each of which by itself might be relatively simple or might not, I suppose. And how could you put them together into a larger system which could do things like learn language and prove theorems and convince people to do things that they would never have dreamed of doing 5 minutes earlier, and stuff like that. Now, the first sort of things I was interested in was, in fact, how to simulate simple kinds of nerve cells, because in the 1950s, there was about almost 100 years, really more like 50 years of science discovering things about neurons and nerve cells, the axons and dendrites that they use to communicate with other neurons. So if you go back to 1890, you find a few anatomists discovering some of the functions of, or connections of neurons in the brain, and you find a few experimental physicists. There was no oscilloscope yet, but there were very high-gain amp galvanometers which could detect pulses going along a nerve fiber, and by 1900 it was pretty clear that part of the activity in the nerve cell was chemical and part was electrical, and by 1920 or 30, with the cathode ray tube appearing, mostly because of television, but it became possible to do a lot of neurophysiology by sticking needles in brains. The vacuum tube appears around 1900, and you can make amplifiers that can see millivolts and then microvolts. So in the beginning of the 20th century, there was lots of progress. By 1950, we knew a lot about the nervous system, but we still don't know much about how you learn something in the brain. It's quite clear that the things called synapses are involved. Connections between two neurons become better at conducting nerve impulses under some conditions. But no one knows how higher level knowledge is represented in the brain yet. And the Society of Mind book had a lot of theories about that. And in particular, there was a theory called K-lines.
I mean, this is an old video. Maybe we do know more now.
That came partly from me and partly from a couple of other researchers named David Waltz and Jordan Pollack. And that's a sort of nice
Excellent.
theory of how neural networks might remember higher level concepts. And for some reason, although that kind of work is from around 1980, which is 30 years ago, it has not hit the neuroscience community. So if you look at the Emotion Machine book, or the Society of Mind, in Amazon, you might run across a review by a neurologist named Richard Restak, who says that Minsky makes up a lot of concepts like K-lines and micronemes and stuff like that that nobody's ever heard of, and there's no evidence for them. And he ignores the possibility that it isn't the nerve cells in the brain that are important, but the supporting tissues called glia, which hold the neurons up and feed them. And he goes on for a couple of insane paragraphs. It's very interesting because it doesn't occur to him that you can't look for something until you have the idea of it. And so here's this 30-year-old idea of K-lines. And go and ask your favorite neurologist, neuroscientist, what it is. And he said, oh, I think that's some AI thing, but where's the evidence for it? What do you suppose is my reaction to that?
Chad, this sample you sent me is wild, dude.
So it seems to me that there's a strange field in neuroscience which is that it doesn't want new ideas unless you've proved them. So I try to have conversations with them, but get somewhat tired of it. Anyway, but in this course, I'm taking the opposite approach, which is that we don't want a theory of thinking. We want a lot of them because probably psychology is not like physics. What's the most wonderful thing about physics? The most wonderful thing is that they have unified theories. There wasn't much of a unified theory until Newton, and he got these three laws, wonderful laws. One was the gravitational idea that bodies attract each other with a force that's the inverse square of the distance between them. Another is that kinetic energy is conserved. I forget what the third one is. Oh, equal reaction is equal and opposites. If two things collide, they transfer equal amount of momentum.
What do we think about this guy?
There was a little problem up to that.
It is chill, but I'm not really
Galileo
listening.
got some of those ideas.
I feel like
My
we could go.
impression from
I mean, if we're
reading
gonna listen to some,
Is that
calm
he has a
voice, we
dim
might as well
idea
go,
that
play
there
some
are two
bangers or
things around. There's
some.
kinetic energy, which
some
is
Kierkegaard.
mv,
What do we think?
and there's momentum is mv, and there's kinetic energy, which is mv squared. And he doesn't have the clear idea that there are two different things here, and you can't blame him. I would think, what? You wouldn't think that two quantities would combine in two different ways to make two important different concepts. Well, that got clear to Newton somehow, and Galileo is a bit muddled, although he gets almost all the consequences of those things right, but he doesn't get the orbits and things to come out. Anyway, what's happened in artificial intelligence, like most fields, is that people said, well, let's try to understand thinking and psychology, and let's use physics as our model. And so what we want is to get a very small number of universal laws. And a lot of psychologists struggled around to do that. And then they gradually separated so that there were some psychologists, like Bill Estes, who worked out some very nice mathematical rules for reinforcement-based learning. Got a simple rule. If you designed an experiment right, it predicted pretty well how many trials it would take a rat or a pigeon or a dog or whatever to learn a certain thing from trial and error. And Estes got a set of 4 or 5 rules which looked like Newton's laws. And if you designed your experiment very carefully and shielded the animal from noise and everything else, which is what a physicist would do for a physics experiment, the reinforcement theories got some pretty good models of how to make a machine learn. But they weren't good enough. So here's a whole list of things that happened in the early years of cognitive psychology when people were trying to make theories of thinking, and they were imitating the physicists. By physics envy, to borrow a term of Freud, the idea is, can you find a few simple rules that will apply to very broad classes of psychological phenomena? And this led to various kinds of projects. Lots of neural network and reinforcement and statistical based methods led to learning machines that were pretty good at learning in some kinds of situations. And they're becoming very popular, but I don't like them because if you have a lot of variables, like 50 or 100, then to use a probabilistic analysis, you have to think of all combinations of those variables. Because if two of them are combined in something like an exclusive OR manner, I just put the light pen in a pocket. It's either in a left pocket or a right pocket. Can't be both. That's an XOR. That will cause a lot of trouble to a learning machine. And if there are 100 variables, there's no way you could decide which of the 2 to the 100 Boolean combinations of those variables you should think about. And so lots of statistical learning systems are good for lots of applications, but they just won't cut it to solve hard problems where the hypothesis is a little bit complicated and has 7 or 8 variables with complicated interactions. So most statistical learning people assume that if you get a lot of partial ones, then you can look for combinations of ones that have high correlations with the result. Then you can start combining them and things get better and better. However, if mathematically, if an effect you're looking for depends on the exclusive OR of several variables, there's no way to approach that by successive approximations. If any one of the variables is missing, there won't be any correlation of the phenomenon with the others. Anyway, that's a long story, but I think it's worth complaining about because almost all young people who start working on artificial intelligence look around and say, what's popular? Statistical learning. So I'll do that. That's exactly the way to kill yourself scientifically. You don't want to get the most popular thing. You want to see, what am I really good at that's different? And what are the chances that that would provide another thing? So you, well, end of long speech. Another problem in the last 30 years, and I'm sort of, as you'll see during my lectures, I think a lot of wonderful things happened between 1950, when the idea of AI first got articulated, 1950s, and then the 20 years after that, from 1960 to 1980, a lot of early experiments, and I'll show you some of them, looked very promising. In fact, maybe here we go. In 1961, Jim Slagle was a young graduate student here at MIT. He was blind. He had gotten some retinal degeneration thing in his first or second year of high school. He was told that he would lose all his vision and there was no treatment or hope. So he learned Braille while he could still see. And when he got to MIT, he was completely blind. but there was a nice big parking lot in Technology Square, and he would ride a bicycle, and people like Sussman and Winston and whoever was around would yell at him, telling him where the next obstacle would be, and Jim got better and better at that, and nothing would stop him. And he decided he would write a program that, I wrote a program that would take any formula and find its derivative. It was really easy, because there are just about 5 rules, like if there's a product uv, then you compute u times the derivative of v and plus v to, u dv plus v du. So I wrote a 20-line list program that did all the algebraic expressions. And what it would do is put d's in and then in the right place, and then it would go back through the expression again. Wherever it saw a d, it would do the derivative of the thing after that. Nothing to it. So Slagle said, I'll do integrals. And we all said, that's very hard. Nobody knows how to do it. And in fact, in Providence, at the home of the American Mathematical Society, there is a big library called the Bateman Manuscript Project, which has been collecting all known integrals for 100 years. And when anybody finds a new integral that they can integrate in closed form, they send the formulas to the Bateman Manuscript Project. And some hackers there have developed ways to index it, so if you had an integral and you didn't know how to integrate it, you could look it up. That was pretty big. I should say that Slagle succeeded in writing a program that managed to do all of the kinds of integrals that one usually found on the first-year calculus course at MIT, and got an A in those. Couldn't do word problems. And the uncanny thing is that if it was a problem that usually took a MIT student 5 or 10 minutes, Slagle's program would take 5 or 10 minutes. It's running on a IBM 701 with 20 millisecond cycle time. It's incredibly slow. You can type almost that fast. And 16K of words of memory. So there's no significance whatever to this accident of time. It would now take a microsecond or so, be 100 million times, 1,000 million times faster than a student. Quite remarkable. I don't have a slide. Joel Moses then, Slagle went and graduated. Joel Moses was another student who was, is he provost now or what? What? He got tired of it. A terrific student, and he set up a project called Maxima for Project Max, symbolic something or other, algebra, and got people, several people all over the country working on integration, and at some point, a couple of them, Bobby Cavanis and I forget the other one, found a procedure that could in fact integrate everything, every algebraic expression that can be integrated in closed form. I forget the couple of constraints on it. And that became a widely used system. It ultimately got replaced by Stephen Wolfram's Mathematica, but Maxima was sort of the world-class symbolic mathematician for quite a few years. And Moses mentioned to me he had read Slagle's program thesis, and it took him a couple of weeks to understand the 2 pages of, or 3 pages of Lisp that Slagle had written, because being blind, Slagle had tried to get the thing into as compact a form as possible. But that's symbolic. It's too easy. Here's a more ambitious one, which is 3 years later. Dan Bobrow, who is now a vice president doing something at Xerox. And it solved problems like this. The gas consumption of my car is 15 miles per gallon. The distance between Boston and New York is 250 miles. What is the number of gallons used on a trip between Boston and New York? And it chomps away and solves that. It has about 100 rules. It doesn't really know what any of those words mean, but it thinks that the word is equals. The distance between, doesn't care what Boston and New York is. It has a format thing which says the distance between 2 things. And it never bothers to, you see, because the phrase Boston and New York occurs twice in the example. It just replaces that by some symbol. It was fairly remarkable, and generally, if you had an algebra problem and you told it to Bobrow could type something in and it would solve it. If you typed it in, it probably wouldn't, but it was, it had more than half a chance, or less, about half a chance. So it was pretty good. And if you look at an out-of-print book I compiled called Semantic Information Processing, most of Bobrow's program is in that. So that's 1964. I'll skip Winograd, which is perhaps the most interesting program. This was a program where you could talk to a robot that, I don't have a good picture in the slide, but there are a bunch of blocks of different colors. They're all cubes in the, or rectangular blocks. And you can say, which is the largest block on top of the big blue block? And it would answer you. And you could say, put the large red block on top of the small green block. And it would do that. And Winograd's program was, of course, a symbolic one. We actually built a robot, and I guess we built it second. Our friends at Stanford built a robot, and they imported Winograd's program, and they had the robot actually performing these operations that you told it to do by typing. And it was pretty exciting. My favorite program in that period was this one because it's so psychological. This is called a geometrical analogy test, and it's on some IQ tests. A is to B as C is to which of the following 5. And Evans wrote a set of rules which were pretty good at this, did as well as 16-year-olds, and it picks this one. And if you ask it why, it says something like, whatever reason, it moves the largest object down or something like that. Makes up different reasons, but so you see, in some sense, we're going backwards in age because we're going from calculus to algebra to simple analogies. Oh, there it is. That's one where the largest object moves down. Don't know why I have two of them. These are for another lecture. Okay. So that was a period in which we picked problems that
Yeah, this talk is a little too relaxed. I think I'm gonna drop the link. Oh, whoopsie, that's the wrong link. Fire she blows. Maybe I should make this even more transactional. Oh, I just realized my camera's been off this whole time. I've been here. Don't worry. I've been here. Can you guys hear the music? It sounds like Anselman can hear it. It's pretty fun. Chad, your singing sample turned out quite nice, brother. It also makes a fun sample.
I'm sorry,
Nobody wants to come in and shoot with me, eh?
Do stuff with this. I believe in you.
Guys, that might be it. I bet we could think of some more fun places to go. It's tough for you guys because the longer you stay off, the better the beat's going to get, you know? Kind of an interesting dynamic there.
I'm sorry, McMotion. I'm sorry, McMotion.
I'm just trying to be creative, yo. Creative, yo. Yeah. You could do stuff with this. I believe in you. I'm sorry for sending such horrible samples to you, my friend.
Bro, I don't know what the hell stream you're watching, Ethan. This is a bop.
I'm sorry, McMotion.
Let's crank the chill up.
I'm sorry for sending such horrible samples to you, my friend. I know that I'm losing my mind again. I'm sorry, McMotion.
That's all you get for now. I'm going to play some hits from years past. Actually, just like weeks past or whatever. Time for a potty break.
You're getting to know each other and building trust. And you're seeing one of my not so ironic jokes for American society. One of the is that there would be a return try to private club situation, and that dues would be would be what they would be. But I think that a real and this is fundamentally Protestant. This is of course there are Catholic sects, but I every society, every nation place. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the type of thing where you can kind of be part of a group like the Shriners, for instance. It's just a bunch of guys get together hanging out, but while they're hanging out, eventually one of them says hey, why don't we raise some money for some kids who need some culture? I think that so many of the people here, here's the kind of sweat water on that fight.
You're good, Ethan. You're good.
So many of the guys and ladies here are super creative. They are super wanting to be on the cutting edge of thought and pushing themselves to think harder, deeper about what's really going on inside of them and within their cultures and grappling with history, theology, philosophy, the thing, like post World War II, height of the like 1950s American optimism, and they have this bar, and I think if you're not, if you're a veteran, like you get it for free. If you're not, you have to pay like $5 or something, and they only accept cash. You know, they do the same thing, like getting like a 1950s like private club type situation. But the way it's set up, it does kind of have that like old school masculine space with like a pool table and like floors that are clean, like not like pristine. And there's a porch where people smoke cigarettes. There's an ashtray that like.
Do you think that's
the
old VFW homes?
Yes,
This seems to
exactly.
be driving places.
Yeah, and the design of the space is kind of it's not pretentious. It's not kind of the high church narthex idea, right? Like this is one of the issues that happens with heritage organizations is that churches want the good that they bring, but they don't want the bad that they have to do. You know, and so there's a sense in which like a heritage organization is something that's a lot more freedom to kind of maneuver around touching subjects and be kind of dangerous outsider land, like especially the idea of like owning a bar, for instance. Like this is the kind of thing.
I think it was Chad who first introduced the word fellowship.
But yeah, it's much more fundamentally, I think, about the type of social bonds. I get this from Chris Howard, but this was kind of always in the back of my mind about TLC. Was like it's the next. It's just the guys at Hardee's in the 21st century kind of thing. It's like there needs to be a return of
So
conversation that's non-pretentious, but still striving towards making a valuable impact on the lives of the participants and the listeners.
come out of the do you have a few thoughts about that?
That all sounds well and good, but really, how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole beautiful thing, and I know many of you, especially out there on the YouTube channel, are going to say, you know, I have problems believing this stuff. Yeah, I get it. I get it. The thing is, a lot of people who say I have problems believing this stuff think that the way to answer those problems is by theory. And generally speaking, no. You just don't work that way. You don't ride a bike. You don't learn to ride a bike by theory. You don't learn to swim by theory. You can watch a lot of videos about swimming, but I promise you, you will not learn to swim without getting in water.
See, like when you guys make the premiere of the branding, I can see it being 2.5 minutes. But normally I need like a minute or 30-second size clips. So, you know, do your fancy premiere, but then also give me the...
Whoops. Repeating.
That all sounds well and good, but really,
Get this off.
how do I get there? Okay, you said this whole...
We're back. And I know we're back because I've got it echoing everywhere, every which way. Well, this must be a really chill crew today. You guys aren't wanting to hop on with me, which is fine.
I'm sorry for sending such horrible happens to you, my friend. I know that I'm losing my mind again. I'm sorry, McMotion. I know that I'm losing my mind again. I know that I'm losing my
Finally, someone to save me from myself. Chad, the one on hiatus.
Okay.
Welcome.
We got dishes.
Well, that means I should probably go do my dishes, or I should just end this stream.
Well, we can talk. We can talk while I do these. I got it set up to do so, bro.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
There's too much volume going on with my noises.
I love the samples you sent.
Okay, good.
Oh, we got another taker. We got another
interested
taker.
in knowing what that dryer sounds like. Does it have like bass in it?
I mess with the pitch. I like sampled it and lowered the pitch and
Nice.
Yeah, did a lot of nonsense to it, but
You like that? That's a thing,
well,
right?
welcome, Tunji. We can pop the bubble thanks to you. How are you, sir?
Good afternoon. Doing good.
Chilling over in Europe somewhere?
Yep.
Must be nice living in the future.
Everything's gonna be all right, at least for the next 6 hours.
Nice. Like that.
That's quite the prophecy.
Is not that how it works?
I think you're right. I think that is how time works. It's all relative, right? LOL.
LOL.
Tunji, did you go to church today?
Yes, it was very good.
Anything remarkable happen?
Well, it was the Lord's Supper. There was some good preaching.
What verse was it from?
John 17, the priestly prayer of Jesus. It's one of the greatest passages of all time.
Yeah, that we would be one.
Yes, that's right. 17:11. That's it.
We have that too. Are you on
Really?
the same lectionary that we're on? Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, maybe because it's the Evangelical Lutheran Church.
Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We share with the Catholics. They have the same one.
Yeah, we can do that too.
Yeah, dude.
If it's a good idea, I don't see why.
Yeah.
I'm surrounded. I had to add another one of me just to even the odds here. You guys are going to try to convert me to evangelical Lutheranism.
There's
Two
more
things
and
I
more of
love.
us showing up in the corner. That's the feet to the corner. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Look out, Catholics. The evangelical Lutherans are here to stay.
Cool,
don't know.
man.
I'm gonna step outside, but I have to warn you guys, it is like the height of locust season right now. We have like
Nice.
so many locusts. It sounds like there's a car alarm going off pretty much at all times.
You should be sampling the locust.
It's not a particularly pleasant sound.
Maybe not. I like it. I like it. We had three do confirmation this morning. Their confirmation. That was cool.
Like teenagers.
Yeah, yeah. They did their confirmation thing. So yeah. And then Ann and I were like, yeah, it seems like such few doing it. You know, why are so few? And
Are
that's
there
the thing.
other
Okay,
are there
okay,
other
go ahead.
teenagers of the right age there that like are going to church but not getting confirmed? Or is there just not as many teenagers?
They already have been confirmed. That'd be my guess. Or they're on the way to be confirmed, say next year or something. You know. So yeah, I don't know how that works exactly. Eighth grade? Yeah, eighth grade. Eighth grade thing. Yeah. So we were talking about how like the church overall is in decline, I guess, right? That's what they say.
Mhm.
Yeah. But then like people who are joining church is going up. So isn't that it's kind of weird, right? And I was wondering if that has to do with because the decline is because of old age and people passing, and then but the uptick is from new people coming in. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes those statistics are not very uh, relevant to what's actually happening. It's just if you have to make some point, and then you use those numbers to make a point. But I don't know.
Yeah.
I think I believe that the church is growing.
Yeah.
Is always growing. And will
I
be like
agree.
that until the end.
Seems like for me it is that
Mhm.
way.
Yeah, the measurement by which the church is measured is basically orthogonal or perpendicular to the way the world measures in a way. Like there's, or at least that there's an added measurement that's available to it because, and especially this is just true of like all pretty like statistics and actual real life is that like statistics work in very different like there's various causes for that distillation of like numbers, right? Like the church has gone down or it's gone up. Like that is the height of simple, there's a word, simplification. Because what's going on in Tunji's church is going to be different than what's going on in Chad's church, which is going to be different, and what's going on in a Catholic church, is different. And different in the particulars, but that's pretty big particulars because for some their local church might be growing where the rest of their denomination is losing people, or they might have a denomination of people of churches that are growing and this one in substantiation is losing. And so like the numbers are just so hard to even rely on in any way because it's like, okay, how did this survey count the body of Christ? Like according to the body of Christ, according to who? And
Ah,
it's like,
yeah.
is it a self-report? Who's calling all these censuses?
Well,
Like
there's
that
one
seems
one
like,
is more like a material measurement, right? A materialist measurement, and then the other is more of a, let's say, I don't know, spiritual or metaphysical measurement.
yeah. Well, it's like very much the question of, is this the census of David or is this the census of like Pontius Pilate? Like, or the census of the Pharaoh? Like, why are they counting us? what does it matter to them? You know, leave us alone.
There was some census that was good, I guess. Joshua, I guess Joshua did the census.
Yeah, I was like, I think there. I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember the specifics, but in my mind, I was like, I think there were a few like positive senses in the in the OT.
Yeah,
But
mostly it got negative connotation.
Are the generations in Genesis a census of sorts?
I will say so. Yeah, I think Moses had to do a census after the Exodus when he organized the people. Then they were ready to, and then after they entered the Promised Land, there was certainly with the distribution of the land, there was the kind of census there.
yeah, counting is good. Counting is fine. I'm not anti-counting. You know, that's great. Let's know how many people are doing what or whatever. But when you try to like take like you were doing, Tunji, like taking the church is growing or the church is lowering number, or it raises questions like according to who and how did they measure this. And so you either get into the weeds on the numbers or you get into the weeds of like
Motive.
well like you know if the church is growing, does that mean that I'm going to be more likely to go to church? Well, in some ways yes, maybe, but in some ways probably not. Like that could swing either way.
Yeah.
But like, and I'm just a weirdo, so like maybe, but isn't everybody think of themselves as like out of the, it's like, sure, the numbers say this, but I could always make my own choice. Like,
Well, I wonder
or
what
are,
what. Oh, sorry.
no, I mean, to me, the Christian answer is basically leave it in God's hands and try to follow his will as best you can. But I think much is made out of these, out of it, for me, it ends up being so much idle chatter because it doesn't really help me in my like day-to-day life, I guess.
Right. Well, that's something I think you and I talked about a little briefly the other day, right? Like kind of the temptation of kind of owning the Christian label, I guess. Like, what does that mean? Like, does it give me kind of like a little bit of a grace for bad behavior, or and so like the idea of like counting the people who are attending church, does that make us like, is that some sort of indication on the quality of the body of Christ, or in or so yeah, I don't know. It's kind of a weird thing, I guess. Uh,
Well, I
yeah,
mean, it's not that there's like nothing that can be learned, but it is like it's at least interesting to me, just that like according to whose measure. Well, because it's the same feeling I have whenever like people talk about the growth in the Orthodox Church or the like rise in people liking the mass. And it even brings into question like when these missionaries go to other countries, or we get statistics like there's this many Chinese Christians, there's this many Japanese Christians. I'm kind of like, it's interesting on the one hand, and it maybe it helps me to remember to pray for them, you know. Um, but on the other hand, I think I'm increasingly convinced that like most things that draw my eye away from like the task at hand, the task given to me by God, whether it be doing the dishes or you know relaxing on a Sunday with friends, like I'm not trying to narrow it down to like a Protestant work ethic type of thing. I'm just saying that like where is it beyond just kind of being aware of the times we live in? What good is it to have these kinds of like conversations at the scale of quote unquote Christianity when we of all people know that like the intra Nicene squabbles are still like hot and heavy in many ways. So like yeah, I don't know. Like I'm not trying to be cynical or dash some cold water on anything or anything like that, but I'm just I'm noting that kind of, well, apparently the church is in decline. It's like, what does that even mean?
Hmm. Yeah, what does that mean?
Yeah, I guess there is a sense that when they say that, it actually means the moral standard of a society is in decline. I guess that's what it means. It means that there has been a loss of general good behavior of a society. I can imagine that because that's kind of measurable with some standards of law-abiding citizen or not.
Okay. So what, like so is the church, okay, so church attendance is down, supposedly. But
Mhm.
then there's, earth attendance is supposedly going down too. So what are those related to what they
Did you just call
supposedly
the
mean?
did you just call the global population Earth attendance?
Yes. Yes, I did.
The idea that you could take Earth attendance is similar. That kind of hints at the possibility of like some sort of Earth detention, which I really don't want to take part in.
Well, it seems like it's
Well,
down, right? In
The
some
the global
areas.
population. I think that we're
Yeah.
still at the point where we're talking about replacement rates, which is to say
Yes.
that the trends are trending downward. I don't think that we've seen the overall number go down yet, or at
no,
least for us for an
we are still
extended
peaking.
time.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
We have to reach 10 billions more or less at the peak, apparently.
Mhm.
Yeah, but we'll see.
But attitudes are, I don't know, it's kind of interesting because the attitudes on Earth attendance are changing, I think. I think some folks are changing towards, pro, let's 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 have families and
Mhm.
but then there are some still remnants of people who find that to be ethically um or even morally uh off, I guess. And but there are those who are waking up to the fact that that's definitely an error.
This reminds me of the Rastafarian concept of we're in Babylon and Babylon is burning.
Hmm.
Yeah.
All I have to say to this is, man, I can't wait till you antinatalists have your children and are proven or see something incredible in the face of your child that you cannot see until you have the child. It's
Yeah.
it's incredible.
Well, to me, I
And
think that
I'm not shaming. I'm just being real. Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, it speaks to the
That's a good
fact that
message, Chad.
it's a good message. I think ultimately it speaks to the fact that babies are gifts from God.
yes,
And so, like, in a sense, they're ultimately divinely in the hands of God. And that's part of what makes from the outside looking in, that seems to be part of what makes the mystery of having children. So, one of the reasons why it's so deep is because you are participating in that kind of like creating a human soul. And so, yeah, that makes perfect sense. What I don't want to do is, put a lantern on some of the most painful because it's such an important thing. It also comes with a lot of pain and a lot of regret and a lot of like
yes,
uh triggers for a lot of people who have tried and haven't been able to, or they were and then they made
yeah,
mistakes, and so it's like, yeah.
yeah.
Am I bringing the mood down, boys? Am I getting a little too
No, no,
chill? I'm getting
no,
into the sad.
no. I'd say you
It's a
can't
fine
talk
line.
about it without. You can't talk about it, and it be entirely all joy. It is. It's a topic that has its feet in both the sorrowful. I mean, I think the fear of God, right? It's like
Yeah. See the
it's
kindness and
really,
severity of our
yeah,
Lord type
yeah,
shit.
dude. I had like this thought a few months ago about, not even a few months ago, just like maybe a week or a month or so ago about like, the beautiful, being called to participate, as you said, in the ushering in of a new soul is incredible. But then there's like this terrible truth around that it's nearly unspeakable. Like they will have life, and like everybody else will have life, but they too will not have life at some point, and that's so sad. So sad. And and that's complex, and um, but like there's respect that I have to have for that. It's like yeah, I don't know if I'm making any sense to anybody, but like it was a fleeting thought. It was really quick. It just showed up like it was there and then it was gone, but it was impactful. It was like, yes, this beautiful, precious, incredible experience of being a father and seeing your daughter is incredible, and respect it because many don't get the opportunity, and um, life is fragile. So sorry if I'm bringing it down. Suchi started.
That's all
I'm
right.
just I'm just giggling over here because Phoebus has compared me to the type of preacher that can't ask the congregation to stand without adding "if you're able." And I'm like,
A good
bro,
one.
this. And also, and then Skate starts saying, "Assume a posture of reverence, Phoebus." And I'm just like, oh my gosh, boys, this is the internet. We don't know who's listening. I have to represent myself out here. You guys can come on and be a-holes all you want, but this is my channel, you know? I got an image to upkeep here. You
Yeah,
think
Am I
but
you can
being an
just
a-hole?
you
you're
think you can
seeing
just
that.
say exactly what you think and get those Ko-Fi numbers like your boy does? Like you guys should be learning from me. Stop critiquing me all the time. Good grief.
Okay. Okay. You say that, but you were doing a Kanye stream yesterday. So, what's the standard?
Well, I didn't get to watch that, but I did watch the Peugeot um, thing that prompted it, and boy, oh boy, that whole video was really something to think about. Thinking about, excuse me, yeah, what's the next major story or binding agent as we move forward? World War II, if we're coming out of the chapter of in the book that's labeled World War II and the world we live in. Yeah, what's the next one? And what's the next chapter called? And I don't even know what to think about that. Is it Antichrist? Is it uh, uh, AI? Are those one and the same? Um, will it be? Who knows, dude?
Yeah, I think it's difficult to what we want is a prediction that we can kind of like prepare for, you know?
Yeah, good
Um
luck.
but the problem is that like yeah, what's open to us is actually more like a possibility space to use the jargon. And so there are meta questions involved more like how flexible am I and how flexible do I need to be, or how rigid am I and how rigid do I need to be, how strong am I, how strong do I need to be. Like those are the start of some of the questions when I think of like how do you prepare for the future and the ending of a
Yep.
um you know ending of a what's it called,
An era.
a world, yeah, a worldview or a yeah, myth. What was the phrase we were using yesterday? A foundational myth. um but in some ways like I think it may be a little overblown because we still have in some ways the revolutionary myth, we still have the Civil War myth, like we still there's many more myths that people not on stranger parts of the internet um still take for granted and it's still meaningful to them. Like there's still people that sing with a full throat. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. You know, like
Yeah, well,
and they believe it. You know, so um, in a sense, I don't think that I squeaked. In a sense, I don't think that myth, the stars and stripes as a foundational myth, is going somewhere. There might be
maybe.
nuance. There might be some. I just think that it's more likely that the Kanye, what the type of fall of the post-war consensus, that I think basically the easiest way to say it is I think people like Peugeot want it more than they admit that they want it. You know, that there's
I
a
think
sense
the
in
myth
which
that's coming is the myth of the wild card. So
The what?
that
The wild?
the wild card, the myth of the wild card, where the basically natural disaster in a way that we don't understand, and that completely turns our attention away from the myth of of nationality and nation, and turns us towards um, the 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 in the moment, right here and right now, in your community. I um,
Yeah.
well, you could say the solar flare, but that I don't think it will be a solar flare. I think it'll be something else. So
Some alien
we'll see.
invasion or something.
No, no, no. I think it'll
Independence Day.
actually be that the Earth will open up.
Hmm. Yeah, I to me Peugeot was a little bit. He's very Girard built. He's very Girardian in his vision of the future and how the things should work or develop in a societal scale with the scapegoat event of sorts. Is is very focused on that frame. I don't very much agree with that actually. I think that reality can be explained with more more aspect than just the scapegoat mechanism for the big system. You know, it's kind of for him is kind of a symbolical appeal to reality, but um, I don't know how much. Uh, in a sense, a little bit. That's a sticking point, but I don't know even how much Christian that is as a point of view. Anyway, but the other thing that Tayo actually made me think about the Kanye arc was that if he is some kind of um canary in a coal mine, it's interesting to wonder, or it's scary even to wonder if those who have been through a kind of good spiritual experience at the same time with him, finding the church. Hopefully, that will not be prophetic for many as well to the
Have you
fallout.
guys ever heard? Have you guys ever heard of the earthquake of 1811 that went also into the 1812? That's what I'm thinking. It'd be something more like that, where there will be no space for a scapegoat because how do you scapegoat the land?
Well, that will be it's a scapegoat event in a sense still because you have uh, you have something to put all the blame for everything bad on it. Everything that is bad is because of this. So that's
See, I
kind
think that
of
if that actually would have happened, it would be so big and so hard to deal with that we would have no room for blame. We would just have to
it
move
already
into
happened. They
action.
already they already tried that one.
Hmm.
We have a scapegoat. We know where it came from, and we can't get over our own disagreements to decide and agree on what to do with them. Um,
Mm,
you know, and the news of who is responsible and why is out there, and
Mhm.
nobody cares.
mhm.
Yeah, that's. I
Thanks,
think that's.
Biden.
Yeah, if we reframe it, and if we look actually at the big picture instead of trying to find uh, a symbol to explain it all, we actually see that in many ways we have been there already. Uh, we have been through some stuff even in the recent past, so we can move forward with some yeah with yeah, if we want, with some more clarity actually, instead of there can be hope, but that's for those who have faith.
That's right. Full throated.
This is the best chill stream ever. Just kidding.
It is chill.
Yeah, I'm doing dishes. Chad's doing dishes.
And
It's kind
making
of
dinner
nice,
in the
isn't it?
meanwhile, so
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
by
This
time
is back
around.
to the original. This is the back to the OG type of chill stream.
Yeah.
You guys were
Yeah,
there
Well,
at the beginning.
yeah, we kind of
yeah.
were, yes. I remember we tried to to make some music through StreamYard. That was not working.
If YouTube only knew how valuable something like that would be with people who have real talent and a good internet connection, they would have
Mhm.
already paid for us to have at least a good internet connection to see if we had real talent.
Mm.
But apparently, YouTube doesn't care about that kind of thing.
They want to leave that all up to you to make sure that you could prove that you have the talent
Yeah, they're
I
and
gatekeepers.
you
did
could pay
watch.
for it.
I saw that you linked another video on the Discord chat with two
Yeah.
set violin critiquing AI classical music composition.
It was hilarious. I thought.
Yeah, they've seen the progress already in 1 year,
Yeah.
from pretty bad to kind of decent.
I like what they pointed out though, like
I'm cooked.
that it was like it's almost too safe. It doesn't have like the kind of gumption that an actual composer has to break the rules.
Mhm.
And but then I thought, well, maybe that's just the AI being clever to make us think that it's not intelligent and it's just waiting.
I
No,
don't know.
dude, it's not. That's not a good strategy. If it was smart, it would not do that. It would learn
Mhm.
from us first. It would take the we. It would feed our egos more. It doesn't. It like superficially does that, but it's not good enough to actually work.
Mhm.
At least for the skeptical among us. The thing that I like don't think is right about some. Oh gosh, did I lose a thought with my dog barking? Um, it's
See, that's what
basically
AI won't do.
yeah. AI is. Oh, I remember. AI is a poser. Like AI is just classic poser.
Yes.
Like in every artistic endeavor it does, it's just a poser. Like that's like it's like the definition of a poser. I no
Hmm,
longer
hmm.
call posers posers. I call them AI. Like that's what's going on. Now sometimes they're very talented, and it's very cool. And you can learn a lot about like an artist's style by seeing what the AI spits out in that style. And you can kind of be like, "Oh, I never realized that that was part of what made that style stick out." But, you know, I think it's going to replace jobs, quote unquote. But like I don't know when we need to start talking about the idea of job. Like I think Rod said that on a that's one of the things he's been talking about is like what is a job, or like why do we call it a job, that kind of idea.
Hmm.
But yeah, as far as AI, I don't know what it's going to replace. I'm not particularly optimistic that we'll, as a like species be able to handle it. But I'm not quite sure what's what's going to happen with all of that.
We will see. According to the prediction, we will see very soon what is going to happen. So that is covered. Yeah, I don't know. For sure there has been some interesting evaluation of what is creativity, and there is some people, at least not many, are they thinking about the other from the other point of view, not why machine are imitating human, but why human have been imitating machine already for so long in their first in the workplace or in the work format, then in the social aspect. So the the machine is doing already what people were doing like machine, and that is more worrisome than the other technological advance. And then yeah, we will see.
Well, a lot of people are kind of hoping that AI will take their job and that the government will just subsidy their personal art project. And I know a lot of people like that because I'm kind of like that. No, not really. I feel the pull. I see the temptation like that. Yes, of course, sounds like a utopia. Like if the government started sending me checks, I'm not sure I would be able to resist the temptation to cash them. Um, but
Mhm.
like that, I think is one of the weird effects of COVID is like all of the people who like, which now we're definitely gonna. My dog doesn't like when I mention it. Um, but yeah, like the same thing happened. There was a group of people who actually liked not having to go out to work, not having the accountability of their boss over their shoulder, um, not having to get dressed. Like these were things that a large swath of our society, I think, really enjoyed and now feel like they have the right to. And that's not going to fly. Well, because it's back to what Tunji says, like, or was said, like, what's more concerning to me is that, like, the idea of humans need, like, it's such a tricky situation because there are needed jobs. People need jobs, and so if a robot literally replaces somebody's job, that kind of does suck because I don't think we've actually figured out how to make the service economy, quote unquote, a viable option for like the middle class. So yeah, lots of this obviously hits on a lot of different routes we could go down, but I wonder if you guys have any thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, I don't think that I'd be so impressed if I saw some AI and its hardware come into the bathroom that I was working on Friday, on come into the bathroom that I was working on Friday and do the job that I did. I just would be impressed with it. I don't ever foresee it actually being able to happen. The only thing that they'd be able to possibly do is completely gut the bathroom and uh, start over, maybe. But even then, you have to be able to kind of problem solve as it goes along, because there's a can of worms everywhere you turn with these kind of old bathrooms and remodels. Everything from materials to bad angles to a bad two by four, and all the crap. Like finding the leak. Where is the leak?
Mhm.
All that requires a person. There's no way that some. I don't care. I don't. I just. I'm. I don't know. I can't imagine it happens. And then now they don't have to worry about itching when they're digging through the installation like I do, and they don't have to itch for a whole day and a half. But I had to sit there. I was sitting there for like 15 and 20 minutes trying to decide how it was that I have to actually rebuild this wall because nobody told me, and there's no architect on the job, and I have to do it on the fly, and and so I'm not that worried about it. The only thing maybe we see is AI building housing is like build prisons for people to live in. Maybe that would do it, and they can do it from like bottom up, but like remodel. I don't see him ever being able to actually remodel something. Not really.
Well, there are two directions I want to go. I'm curious about one economical aspect I will ask. But for what you say, Chad, there is already an explanation in the past from what was already happening in construction, that we got some very good automation in uh, in building production, let's say in compartments. And what happened is that the the kind of construction economical structure changes altogether. You don't like it changed the residential building. You can use the machine instead of renovate. You will just make in the factory a prefabricated block that then you just need to transport and install.
Yeah.
So basically, the new model will be no renovation. You just the machine tear down, the machine that's produced somewhere else, and then installation will be automatic. So when you understand that there is a change in the whole system, you see that those difficulty from the robot itself to make the human problem solving as you are doing now will be overcome at the foundation level, at the basics. They just avoid that problem solving by another model of
Yeah,
construction.
wipe it out.
Yeah, wipe it out, prefabricated installation done, and then if it develops, you will have an economical advantage also in that. But I want to see what you think actually about the UBI thing. For me at least, I think that the argument for the people will not have any motivation anymore and fall into the societal depression is a little bit overblown, in the sense that is you know money is not enough to make people nihilist and depressed. It's not enough. Um, People who want to do stuff, they will do stuff regardless, and there is not at least for my experience, it's not really a counter incentive to go in
That's a
that
good
direction.
that's a good question. That's a good question for American churches. It's like, which would you rather? Would you trade in your tax exempt status in order to have a UBI for your neighborhood, your location, like the county or the block even of your like that you would get taxed, but that money would go straight to into the pockets of your like the people of your neighborhood. Like that kind of an idea, I think would be very, very interesting. And I kind of agree with you, and I want you to keep talking about it, Tunji, that like I do think that while UBI does have an aspect of like it seems on the surface very irresponsible to just hand people all these people who have not earned this money to just kind of do whatever they want with it. But I think that it hasn't been given enough time. Like I think that there's ways of being creative with it that like it's the same but different as lowering the taxes. So
Mhm.
I kind of am like, is it that people just don't want people who are bad with money to have more money? Is that just kind of it?
Well, so if I can be a little bit facetious in this moment, I am not for I am against UBI, but I am absolutely in favor of the government giving money to me, but just me. For that, I
That is
really
the
want.
trick.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I got a question about this kind of like. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. I mean, that is a joke, but I am actually serious. I really think that there are reasons for that. But my question was. about the economical thing is if there are the machine actually doing the job, what and producing the stuff that we need, food and whatever else, why do we need money at that point? What's the money about? Why don't we just get free stuff at the store? Why we are not
Yeah.
getting the thing for free? So this idea that the money will still make sense in a system of production where nobody works, I don't think that we thought that through enough. It's just we are just applying an economical system in a thing that it's going to be completely different. So and if you see, it will be much more like a Star Trek scenario with uh, everything available, but it's not about money. But that's the tricky part. I don't think that it is possible to have a moneyless society, because that is still the best instrument that we have
You will own
to measure
nothing.
the value, of everything, of our time and effort. So really
That's.
seems
Oh, sorry.
difficult.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What do you
I
think
mean, it's
about?
just that it sounds a little like you will own nothing and you will be happy.
Mhm.
Like, and that's just kind of creepy. Like that's. But then again, it's like money and having lots of money is not really ever directly said in the Bible as like being a good thing. Like you have to infer it, Like I don't think that there's a verse that says like riches are great.
Well, I have a question about um. Okay, so you can let's say let's just say hypothetically that like all of your monetary desires were handled, right? You had all the money that you wanted. It was UBI or whatever. And then, but people say, well, then, they'll fall into depression. I think there's something true about that. But okay, the need to make or create or build, you have there's two sides of it. You have the free will side of it, of I have a desire to make things, and that can be fulfilling and meaningful. But then, how much of the meaning actually, like, how powerful is is it when somebody imposes that I must make something? See, I think there's something about that we kind of overlook. We don't like the idea of somebody imposing their will upon me and saying I have to go to work and I have to pay taxes and things like that. We don't like that. We think that that's kind of like a shitty thing. But then, but what we don't know is we actually don't probably know how valuable it is that somebody is kind of standing on our necks, making us go to work. Like there might be something actually really valuable and good about that we just can't see because we don't like it. So, did that make sense? Was that a kind of a sensible question?
I mean,
Because
I feel
that's
like that.
Sisyphus, right? Sisyphus was made to push the rock up the hill. He didn't do it by his own act of will.
Yeah, I think that that's true, but it's also balanced by the idea that we're not just like the slaves of God, but we're the children of God. And so
Yeah.
he wants to give us good gifts. Like the the part of work that we don't like is from the fall. Like so there's that aspect going on, but I do think that you're right. At least I would say, and I agree with you. It sounds absurd to many people, but like for the most part, when there's somebody over authority of you in your life, it's probably a good thing that they have that authority over you. Like it just
Mhm.
in general, it usually is. Now,
Mhm.
in this, it's not never that's not a good case, but for the most part, it's exactly who is meant. And for a Christian or someone who believes in God, like there's not another choice than that, right? Like uh, that you should be very carefully. You should tread very carefully when you think that the guy or the gal above you is like a demon sent to test you, rather than just another human trying to do their best, and that they've actually been put there by God. Like I don't see how you get away from that without kind of saying that like God doesn't only has control over my life or something, but that like everything else that happens is somehow outside of his purview. Like I just think that there's no escaping that. But I could be wrong. I would be interested in if somebody thought I was wrong on that.
I was thinking that there is, you can imagine perfectly well work, the idea of work without the idea of an employer. You know, work will exist regardless, even if you are alone on planet Earth, because you have to provide for yourself, or let's say for your family or whatever. So you have to make the stuff, you know. So that's the idea of work is absolutely natural in the most profound sense of the word. We have been made to work. That was, as you mentioned, something even before the fall, because work was good. It's good, and the reality is that the techno, how do they call it, the techno utopists, the reality that they don't want to admit is that all these things that are natural to human being, for instance, work. So those things cannot be abolished by some external means, even by power or by money. You cannot abolish those things. You cannot
Yeah,
make
yeah.
you cannot make people rich enough that they, as a whole, they will not do anything. So work
Yeah,
will
that
also.
guy that
Yeah, and that's just to finish. Just as work will always exist, so will always exist money, because trade, barat, how's it called? It's quite inconvenient. So money is good for that.
that guy that Dalpit talked to, um, that PBK made in his disclaimer video, I think it was
Hmm.
that that techno utopian guy. Like that guy and guys like him make me think of like male feminists. Like the realistically,
Oh
he
wow.
just wants to get ahead of the curve and ahead of the market. He wants to corner the market. He doesn't really want. I don't think he really wants people to not work, and this is so ridiculous. It's and he even used the word utopia. Like whoever utters that they would like to bring utopia actually say the quiet part out loud. That's insane to me, dude. Like, I don't,
Yeah,
I don't know. Yeah. So sorry to all the male feminists out there if you're offended, but like, you're just trying to get laid, dude. Stop it. Like,
they get offended anyway, so it doesn't matter what we say.
that's true. I used to be one, so I can say it. You know.
Hey Neil, good to see you.
Now we're not
Hey,
chill
Tunji.
anymore. Sorry, unchilled. What's up, Neil?
What's up, bro?
I can't see anything because my camera's pointed down and stuff.
And
A
Ethan.
freshly shaven one.
What's
Yeah.
happened?
Because he's not looking, but I'm looking. So welcome, Ethan.
Howdy,
Yeah.
howdy.
It's weird. I am not the only one carrying a beard today here.
No, I got a beard, bro.
Okay.
I'm rocking one too, bro. Don't count me out.
Yeah. We have not still the white kind as the other day. There are some. We have some of the best white beer around. That's for sure.
So what are your guys' thoughts on this topic since you guys joined? Otherwise, I'm gonna try and hijack the thing, which I shouldn't do. But I have a question on morality and gravity. But that's always
Yeah.
an old question. that nobody wants to talk about. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Does it mean that we're back in the garden if we no longer have to work?
No, because
No, there was
no.
work in the garden.
Yeah,
So
that's the point.
we're not back in the garden. We're maybe we're not here, but we're not back in the garden.
I mean,
There's
what the
no
AI
going back.
what the AI conversations make me contemplate is like, what does it mean to be human? What is a human? Forget what is a man or what is a woman. Like, what is a human? And that's it. And actually, this is where tradition helps. But the elder members of my Bible study, they always go back to the Baltimore Catechism, which the first lines, it's like, and this is the same with the Heidelberg Catechism. So I'm really impressed with kind of the crossover between those two. And it's like, what is the purpose of life? And it's to love God, to worship, oh man, I'm going to mess it up. But there's actually surprisingly little in that statement about the horizontal. And there's a lot
one
about,
the one I remember is, what is the chief end of man? It is to glorify God and enjoy him forever.
Yeah, it's about that. It's very similar. Glorify God. But I keep thinking about this in terms of relationality. And what I mean by that is like, is AI going to be a better father to my daughter than I am? Like, that's really, like, I find that what I'm saying is that there's nothing instrumental that can replace a human relationship. Now there's instrumentalism that can supplement, and we try to replace human relationship with instrumentalism. But what I mean by that is like, knowing I'm cared for by an all-powerful, benevolent AI is not the same thing as knowing I am cared for and loved by a person. It's not the same thing. And I think it has something to do with this qualitative choice that I know the person's making and caring for me, meaning that, and vice versa, the qualitative choice that I am making and caring for another person, meaning that like I treat other people like they have a choice in how poorly or well they treat me. So I care when I'm mistreated by people I care about, or vice versa. Whereas like, does the AI care? Like, how much does the AI care? And so the relational aspect of caring,
well, it
that's
has to
reflected.
recognize its errors to care.
Well, I think it's the opposite, Chad, in that I think it has to care in order to recognize its errors.
Okay. Yeah. I mean,
I think that the big conversation has been on that point that he doesn't care, and there is no actually a technological path to imagine that he will ever care. He will have programs that, or a purpose created by the people, but not.
Can I give a
not care.
specific?
Mhm.
I was thinking about this in relation to Formula One. So if you know anything about Formula One, I don't know that much about Formula One, but I've gotten to know a little bit more about it recently. So there's the strategy of the driver, what the driver's doing in the moment in any particular situation. But then there's how fast can the pit crew successfully put the tire, take tires off, put tires back on. There's also some calculation and timing involved as to like when the car should pit and when it shouldn't. There's like there's different layers of strategy. You have everything from the individual driver on down. So let's say that the best Formula One team, and this is probably already true, it would be a completely automated team where no human is involved. So you don't need a human driver. You don't need humans to actually take the tires off and put new tires on. You don't need humans to plan out the strategy regarding when the car should pit or should not pit. Would more people care about that because that team is better in all
in all ways, shapes, forms, would more people care about that particular Formula One team than, yeah?
Well,
It's
the
not a
answer is
team.
no. The answer is no. We already have esport played by computer that is infinitely superior to people playing the game. But you have 10 viewers watching a match between chess engines and
Chess is
and
not a sport, Tunji. How
well,
dare
whatever you
you?
want to call it,
What in the
it's
world?
it's somebody call it that, but
It's a
I
game. I
mean,
don't know if I'd go so far as to call it a sport, you know.
It's
yeah,
a good
yeah,
proxy, though.
They
an
don't put
esport.
tiddlywinks on ESPN. Let's do the let's go switch the channel over to ESPN and watch them playing Monopoly.
Yeah, but anyway,
But
I'm
example
but
just
the
aside.
kidding.
point
I'm
the
just
point goes
kidding.
for any sport. Let's say you have a robot that can jump higher and farther and make the half court shot every single time, and like, would people watch it? And I
Well,
don't
that's
think
not
so.
to me. I'm
No,
like,
I don't.
of course, like people would be doing most of the stuff. Most of the people who take part in Formula One either are doing it because they're the best in the world at it, and so they care about it, or they care about it so much that they've become the best in the world at it. And in many cases, they would be doing the exact same thing, even if money was not involved at all. And so that's the thing with sports is that like sports, you inherently care about sports, but sports is not something that like the quote unquote AI can do or should do. And I'm not even worried about that because if it would be it would be interesting like the first time, like BattleBots maybe. But we all know that BattleBots is actually about the people who make the BattleBots and their
Yes.
ingenuity and creativity. And so like I think that we don't need to like not that it's an unhealthy analogy. I think it's a healthy analogy precisely for the reason that like no one should be worried about AI taking over sports. They should be worried about AI taking over their neighbor's job and their neighbor can no longer support their family and they have spent a life doing this knowledge work and they have no actual skills. They can't build anything or do anything for anybody that like that is actually valuable anymore. That a robot can't do better.
So I was at this mentor retreat a couple weeks ago, and while some of the guys were speaking, I was like looking at the wall behind them, and above the wall, there's also like a beam that crosses the room. There's a big window on the wall, and I kept being distracted by my mind going to if I had a level, and um, like I just kept imagining myself taking and marking out different level lines on the wall. And it was just such a weird thing that, like, a weird ADD type thing to have. And, like, I wouldn't be like, so if, like, the AI was, robot was able to do the same kind of thing where it would go and, like, draw out these level lines in the wall, like, it wouldn't be interesting to me because it, like, doesn't have the same kind of body parts that I have. It doesn't have the same kind of limitations that I have. It doesn't. I don't know. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing to admit to how my mind is distracted. So I'm sitting there distracted by some uh, never land hypothetical experience of marking uh, useless lines on the wall to get level, like so I can find the best way to find level and plumb on a construction job that will never exist that I'll never take part in. What the hell is that, dude? What is that? Why am I even saying this? Sorry, I shouldn't have even said it,
Well,
but
here's one
yeah.
example that I think I would like to put forth, which is more of a thing that I think we should be worried about, is a store like Walmart no longer needing to hire, let's say, 50 people, but rather needs to hire maybe tops five. And of those five, one is like a manager and a kind of like janitor. But the
Yeah.
robots stock the shelves, the robots clean the aisles, and there are people making more money than you'd want to know who their only job is, for instance, for Walmart, if there's some item in Walmart like a certain towel, their only job is to go to that towel spot in the shelf and make sure that it's set up in a way that will look appealing. And so a store like Walmart basically puts it on the item or the manufacturer to even stock their shelves. So they're already doing that. So why wouldn't they just have a robot stock the shelf? The company still has to pay, and they'd rather pay that salary to Walmart, for the AI to do it, because then they don't have to have HR, they don't have to have a manager, they don't have to hold this person accountable. So this is not like this could happen today if there was only the capital for it, right? Like if Walmart pulled the trigger on this, then we would all be doing drive up to Walmart. You order online, they put it in the back of your truck or car, and you get on your way. Like that's just I don't see a way that we get out of that, except for the fact that people like going to Walmart in some places and walking around and like shopping, the actual act of shopping. There are people who like doing that. And so for those specific people, there will still be stores around, but those stores are going to have a hard time beating the efficiency, diversity of products, and price of a store that basically doesn't have to pay to have anybody work there.
Yep. Yep. Now you're getting to my question about the wild card because I don't think, as people, have enough tenacity or discipline to turn away from that temptation. And the only thing that will save us from that is the thing that we don't want most, which is probably some sort of natural disaster. And sorry, I know it's a chill stream, but jeepers. How do you wake up? How do you wake up from the kind of um, daydream that we've been in for so long? I just don't think we're capable of it.
Yeah, maybe we don't wake up. It's just there is no walk. There is no walking. It's just yeah, we're just moving from one dream to another.
I think the one thing that I'm sure of is that wherever we go into, the ability to care about other people, and especially the ability to care about other people above and beyond one's own interests or self-serving interests, you could say, is going to be critical. The one skill that humans have, as I see it, that cannot be replaced is our human care. Like I think human care is the final frontier. Now there's a question for me as to whether we can ever manufacture awe, qualia. You can call that whatever you will. The human feeling that's involuntary of being able to receive quality. We don't have a great word for that, but AWE is the best way I have of framing that. The ability involuntary to receive quality, meaning we're not taught. We can be taught to refine our sense of quality. We can be taught to recognize it, but it's not primarily taught. It's more of a sense. It's more of like I don't even want to say sixth sense, but it's a sense of quality that's felt and hits us. And it basically what I'm saying is it transcends human knowledge. And in fact, all art and poetry is attempting to put into words and pictures and other forms that which I'm describing, our sense of quality.
Now you're getting to my question about gravity as a marker or informer of morality.
But are you basically reframing the question of consciousness and rationality when you say recognizing quality? Because
I don't think so.
That will be...
I don't think so. So yeah. So what I'm saying is like, if I have a faith in, let's say, a loving creator of the universe, there's a transcendent truth, goodness, beauty, all those things that are downstream. What I ultimately have faith in is that the good is good in and of itself. It doesn't require humans to it doesn't require, let's say, a world of 9 billion Soviet Stalin era folk to say this is the good, and then the AI automatically knows that this is the good because the consensus among 9 billion life forms called humans have reached What I'm saying is right now, what the AI regards as good, true, and beautiful is based on the sum total of, let's say, what humans are inputting right now.
Well,
So right now, the AI cannot detect in and of itself the good, the true, and the beautiful. It has no sense of that in and of itself. Meaning, and what I'm saying is that humans, we have that sense. Like we have a conscience that even if everyone says that something is good, we still we can still have that detection system. And the same for beauty. I think for beauty, it's more obvious that like we can find something beautiful even if no one around us sees the beauty in it. We can still see it and find it. And you know, sometimes that's regarded as like, oh, you just don't have a good sense of quality or beauty or whatever. And maybe, but like I don't think so. I'm not that jaded about it. I think all life forms have this quality detection system that I think is more refined in humans.
Yeah, well, you can call that consciousness. That's normally what it is. It's the sum of the human perception capability, the senses, the pathos, the ethos, and the logos.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the three faculty that determine what a human, whatever you experience, is going to fall in those three transcendental category of being either true, either in the beautiful or in the good. So you have these three for that reason. And normally, from a classical point of view, you cannot have a machine that senses can distinguish if something is true or not, can distinguish if something is beautiful or not, or good or not, because those faculty are not just they are not computational. They are not. It has to do with the capacity of human being, that the consciousness to see wholeness, the whole of the things. You know? But the machine can only count the parts. You know, it's a counting machine. So as much as you can count, you will never get to amount to the unity of the things. The machine cannot see unities. We can teach the machine to. We can borrow the machine our capacity to see unity, but they themselves will never get to there, and that is not a power problem. It's not a thing that we just need to add more terabyte. We need to download more RAM to get there. Those techno utopies that thinks that they are completely foolish. This is foolishness of the highest degrees. They are just hoping in a miracle. They call it singularity, or they call it emergence, but they are hoping in that miracle that they cannot explain. But it's a complete ignorance of that classical understanding of consciousness. So,
In what way is that incapacity, you could say, or capacity at a varying level, you know, formulate it however you want, but like to unify or to see the unity in an external object, I guess, is that not quite like, it doesn't seem like to me like the translation between that and care would be that difficult, right? Like when
I think it is based on care. I think the care, or you could call it love, comes first, and then that quality detection is downstream of care.
That's going to get into some deep waters about that's almost like the difference between essence and energy, right? Like the difference between God's ontological state and his acting in revelatory disclosure. Ethan, what have you been thinking about this whole time? Thank you for joining the chill stream. I hope you're having a chill day up in the chilly Alaskan tundra.
A tundra.
Yeah, it's a chill day. Well, I was thinking about like what work is, and I was thinking about the Garden of Eden. I think there's something about like order and chaos. So like in the very beginning, before creation or as creation is beginning, like the spirit kind of goes into chaos and like brings order and creation starts. And I think that like human beings are called to go into chaos and to bring order. I think that's like what work is. The thing about artificial intelligences, from what I can tell, is I don't know how they handle chaos, but they're really good with like ordering order. So like when I like ask it to do something, it like collects things that have already been done and presents it to me in a really, really helpful way. But when Chad was talking about like tiling a bathroom and how much chaos is involved, like can an AI handle chaos? I can't think of any examples, but maybe somebody else has examples. And so I think that if you have a job where all you're doing is just ordering order, I think the AI is probably going to replace that because they're really good at ordering order. If you have work that you're doing that is like bringing order into chaos, then I think that work's going to continue. And then the last thing is when Chad says, "How do you wake up?" and Neil's talking about awe, like I think danger is required. Like I've been 5 feet from a moose a couple times in the last number of days, and it's like terrifying, but it's awe. And I've climbed a mountain, and it was terrifying, but it was awe. And we've kind of like built a civilization where there's no danger left, and like we've made everything like safe and comfortable. And I don't think human beings function well in that kind of setting for long.
Okay, so here's I think that's all super stuff. Great. That was almost like a summary of kind of everything we did talking about, and very well done. Um, so I want to pose a hypothetical to you boy. Oh, he took notes. It's almost as if he took notes. We'll pretend not to have seen that. Um, so the hypothetical is something like you get a card in the mail from Trump headquarters down in Mar-a-Lago, but it comes with the seal of the White House, and it says, "We're offering you this deal. Your job has been fully automized. No, what is it? Whatever the word is. You've been replaced by a robot.
Automated.
Automated. Yeah, you've been automated. Automized. You've been itemized as redundant due to the technological overlords. But don't worry, we're going to give you the exact pay that you've been getting from the job that's being replaced. And you are now free to create. You know, you can take your money and you can invest it in the different robots that are doing different things. And what do you think the the egregore of fully satiated human desire will trend towards in a type of light tyranny a la Brave New World. Uh, and the question from that hypothetical is like, okay, so what do you do? Do you take the blank check? And because the main thought that comes to my mind is, well, that means I don't have to do the stuff of my life that I particularly don't like. And now I get to do the work that I do like, which is creative work, it's philosophical work, it's theological work, it's internal work, it's work on my family, work on my house. Like these are the things that I wish that I could give all of my time and energy to. And so if the government was at such a state of competency that they could basically be like, yeah, you get a free ride, you just got a scholarship to the good life. What do you then do? Do you fight against the system or do you do what you've always dreamed of doing? And I think for some, it's like, well, no, that's a horrible prospect because the morality of man, like the underground man, right? That like if you take away everything and he's satiated, then all that's left is to procreate and yada yada yada. They'll still find a way to muck it up. And in some ways, I think that conservative use that almost as like a backstop or something. Like, I'm like, is that a good thing or a bad thing that the human spirit can't be satisfied? Like, wouldn't we think that that would still be true if a robot took our jobs and the government paid? I think that most people are either worried that the thing they love to do and that they get paid for will be taken over by a robot, and so they will no longer get to do the thing that they want to do. And I'm like, no, most likely you could still very much do exactly what you wanted to do. It just won't be necessary. And so would you still do the thing that you wanted to do if it weren't necessary? And for some people, it's like, yeah, no, I would never do this thing again if it wasn't what paid the bills, because I get my meaning and my identity from actually being able to pay the bills. And that the food on my children's table being a result of my effort and my discipline. And that's a very scary thing to take from someone, you know, like obviously that's a very good thing, but I think that that's why the topic is kind of scarier, or the two things are scary, is that the robot's going to take my job and the government's not going to pay me for it. And the government's going to take my job and I'm somehow going to lose that connection to what I thought it meant to, you know, what was it all worth being so disciplined and making the right choices. I think that those two things are kind of at play. What do you think, Neil or Tunji? Tunji leaned in, so I'm guessing he's got something important to say.
Yeah, there is so much to it. Let's put it in order. First, we are assuming that the economical system will make any sense, because when you get that check from Mar-a-Lago, but you don't have to work, we are assuming that that money have still some value. Will not be a super inflation of money, because what's the actual value of that money at that point? But assuming that there is still a sense of that transaction, we are already seeing what's the impact of the machine in the moral composition of mankind. For once, there has been a massive empowerment of laziness already. You don't have to let people quit their job. On the contrary, on the creative side, the explosion of AI art, it has been possible because laziness has been empowered massively. So you can do with very little effort, you can produce something that resemble what was done before with a lot of effort. But what has been exposed is that people, they are not, they have this powerful tool, but they are spending 1 minute or 1 prompt to make what they want, and then it's just massive output of production without concern for the quality of it. So you see already the character that have been exposed of the vices of the man. So you can imagine that amplified even further. And then the problem is what I mentioned already. The issue for mankind is not what the machine can do and replace the man, but what the man is already doing with the machine to himself. Neil, you were a little bit optimistic, regarding the care, and man will not want to be cared for from a machine, but in reality that has been already dismantled, unfortunately. There was the social aspect of chatbot has been a revolution already. People have already accepted globally that you can be in company with artificial intelligence. So I will. This is maybe a good time. At the four dice of Grim Grease, they are falling one after another, and we lost already wisdom, and we lost already social. So people are first they ask the machine for information, but now we already believe that we are getting wisdom from the machine. So that's already gone, and the social is already gone. We are accepting company from artificial intelligence, and next is falling hard as well. So we are very close to girlfriend and cat girl or whatever for romantical affection, especially for whoever actually. And so that's just around the corner to be mass accepted in mass, and then we will need the machine for survival. We will not be able to imagine survival as by our own means, but we need the machine. So we are already more than halfway there. And this is not because the machine is so fantastic. It's actually pretty pathetic, but because the vices that were already in us as a human being, the laziness, the lust, all that sinful passion, as they are called, they are being empowered by and sometimes even encouraged by the way the society is changing. So the message will be is not against or in favor of the technological advance or not. The message has to be one of that has to do against the devices that are already in human heart, because that those are the things that are going to kill us. It's not the machine that is going to kill us. It's our sin.
Got a bunch of thoughts all over the place. Let's see if I can organize them as best I can. I haven't written them down like Ethan, so give me some line here. So we have human beings already having social interactions with AI, maybe some human beings as their primary social interactions. Why are we here then? So one question I would have is, let's say the AI becomes more friendly, more interesting, more interpersonal. I think one reason that I'm here, it's not the only reason, but one of the reasons is that I actually think that maybe I can help people that are either on the screen or watching. But then I also have to believe, if I'm not being self-centered as I normally am, I have to also believe that I'm being helped by the people on this screen. So what is it that gives me the gall to presume that I could be helped or that I could help others when obviously I'm going to be inferior to any machine intelligence that vastly supersedes my own? What is it? And I think it again, it comes back to this caring. It comes back to that I care about other people. But I also think humans have something that the machine doesn't. Now, if that gap diminishes, then it's going to be a tougher question. I still think we'll be here, though. I suspect we'll still be here, even if that diminishes. And that kind of points to the education question. I don't know if you talked about this earlier in the stream, but it's like, how do we educate our children? And in the Ezra Klein conversation, what disappointed me so much is they didn't talk about virtue at all. Maybe towards the end, it's possible, but I just got tired and sick of that conversation because they were so focused on skills-based education, and they couldn't. And PBK touched on this, and thankfully he sees this clearly. It's like we took all of the virtue out of education, all of the classics out. And I was thinking to myself as I was listening to the education question, like, I would obvious education is giving children a question, a moral question, like a story, basically giving children a story and saying, what would you do differently? And give in a morally difficult and ambiguous story. And they could be based on real stories, and saying, what is the right course of action here? And having to, because I think the fundamental question of our time is moral discernment, discerning the good, discerning the true, discerning the beautiful. And the only way we get better at discernment is by practicing, by exercising. And we seem to have this, I don't know, in the upper echelons of society, we seem to have this sense that yeah, as long as you just go to the right school and you get a good job, then everything else will take care of itself. And increasingly, that's just not the case. Or I believe, like, everywhere except the upper echelons of society, it's obvious that that's not the case. But I think it's going to become increasingly the case as time goes on that whether or not one has a good life is going to be very dependent on one's ability to discern a good path from a poor path. And that discernment is not going to be based on scientific evidence. It's not going to be based on, I don't think it's going to be based on AI, because the problem is everyone's path, the novelty of everyone's path today is such, each individual person's path today is so novel that we don't have the stories. We don't have, like, what is the story that can tell Ethan to drive down a particular path, or in Alaska, or go on a hike, or or versus but it applies to all of us. It's like what makes us do one thing versus another, other than, oh, it makes me feel good right now in this moment. And that discernment, I think, has to be the primary education. Yeah. Sorry, I had a bunch of thoughts, but I'll stop there because I lost them and I've done a lot of talking.
Yeah, I guess the way to teach discernment is not that directly, is not that immediate, but normally what you teach is in as many ways as possible, is to show your kid what is truth. You show them what is the good, and you show them what is beautiful. It's I think that's essentially is what is education, and what is parenting and pedagogy, or whatever. You give them a frame. You don't simply you trust that they have in themselves that discernment, but then you present them the truth, and that is in the faith, and then you present them with the good things, and they will see that there is a difference between anything, the choice that they make. They will see that they are not equivalent. And also with beauty, you definitely can train somebody into beauty rather than into ugliness. So that's what I got. I am going to have dinner now. It's pretty late for me. I'll see you next time.
Thank you, Tunji.
Yeah, thanks for joining,
Bye-bye.
Tunji.
Bye, Tunji.
Bye.
I mean, when it comes to like discerning stuff, like I think that's what like the Bible has always been for. Like one of the opening stories is like there's a tree, and the fruit on the tree gives you knowledge of what's good and not good. I think it's Eve that goes like, "Oh, this would make me wise if I was to eat this tree." And so there's this like tension from the very beginning of like humans want to be wise, and God wants to like instruct humans directly and be like, no, 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 just obey me, listen to me, and I will bring you along into wisdom. And humans are like, nah, I'm gonna get wisdom myself. Like, I don't need you, God. I'll eat the fruit myself. And so God's like, all right, you're on your own. Have fun out there in the wildlands. Like, there's a lot of dangerous things out there, and you're gonna have to start building cities and making music and smithing, and you're gonna have to start building artificial things in order to keep you safe. And now today we live in a whole land of artifice, and we think that these artificial things will save us. And we talk about things like morality as if it can be separated from spiritual. And a lot of people are trying that. From my vantage point, it doesn't seem to be going well. I mean, and I say that as someone who spent nearly a decade trying to achieve that and then gave up that path. Yeah, I think the artificial life is incredibly tempting, and that's why like we've kind of outsourced being human. It's like you don't have to cook anymore. Just send a corporation a monthly fee, and your food will be delivered to you. You don't even need to like know how to cook. And it's like, but cooking from like raw ingredients, I think is like deeply human. It's hard and it's not easy and it takes time. And we have lives that don't really allow for the time it takes to cook things from scratch. But you can learn a lot if you can learn how to take some raw ingredients and combine them and turn them into something that provides sustenance.
What Young God is describing is the what is it called? Metaverse. That's the word I'm looking for. The metaverse. Everyone has their own space of all their own universe, physically and virtually. Then the virtual space is nearly infinite. The physical space is somewhat finite. And the idea then is then you can use the AI universal constructor, both in a virtual and physical world, to construct your perfect zone, your perfect place, your perfect hangout, and then invite your friends over and they'll all chill in your perfect pool, in your perfect palace, either virtually or in person. Oh, I just want to do it virtually today because in person would be too inconvenient. And yeah, but I think you're onto something, Ethan, that the things we do are the things that are worthwhile. It's not the end product so much as the doing. But then is it the creation of the meal or is it the act of sitting down and breaking bread with other people? Is it it's like we sort of compartmentalize all these parts of the ritual and then we wonder which parts are necessary to actually still be fully human.
Well, I think this is why like holidays are so sacred to many of us because like I don't know about you, but my memories of holidays are like groups of humans in like small rooms cooking together, and usually you put in like more work on a holiday because well you have time to like do a feast, and so you can like cook a whole pie, you can do this, cook a whole pig or whatever you like, a whole goose, I don't know, whatever you're doing. And like the holidays are the only times we have left where we do the whole sacred process. Um, and I think you can still reenact those on a weeknight, but you're gonna have to give up things, and that's part of it too. Is like you're gonna have to sacrifice part of the artificial life where everything is glittering and gleaming, and you're gonna have to put in real work. But I do think that's I don't know. I think it's better, but I'm also like I'm so unsure because there is convenience is so nice and it allows for other things which are beneficial. Like there's pros and cons, right? There's trade-offs to everything. I don't know.
My mind keeps going back to UBI.
I'm back.
And we're back, and we're back, and we're back.
Making some breakfast.
Why does your mind go to UBI, McMo?
Because of the reasons like yeah, the idea of like dinner being sacred, for instance, and that we've somehow prostituted that sacrality by ordering Uber Eats, and it seems like it's a similar issue, shall we say, as like how does a rich man get into heaven? And the reasons, like I was just thinking about the contradiction of like a certain type of conservative person that basically says, well, we shouldn't do UBI because people need to work for what they eat, because it says in the Bible, if you don't work, you don't eat. Um, and so like, I'm just like thinking about that as a command, like as a descriptive versus a prescriptive, and just the way that a UBI would immediately show, a man's vices, essentially. Yeah, like if you're given a whole lot of money and a whole lot of time, it's basically like an excuse to be the worst version of yourself, and it almost never works out. When people win the lottery, which I saw a TikTok today. It wasn't a TikTok. I think it was a YouTube short. But of these people doubting that lottery winners even exist. Like, when's the last time you heard about somebody winning the lottery? Like they must have been recently gotten very good at as soon as you learn you won the lottery, like you immediately hire, an accountant or something. And so maybe they're just living quiet lives. But I haven't seen one of those from rags to riches to rags again stories in quite some time.
Well,
Anyway,
part of that is because we would listen to that. We would find those stories on television and radio. And so, how do you broadcast from my little town in Milwaukee that somebody won the lottery of $400 million? Where do you find that? Where do you find that information on the internet? You know, so I got to flip my bacon.
I got to stop muting this because I mute it and then I walk away from my phone. What do I make of it? Well, Facebook is the place where you go for that, right? Like, I think that's where that kind of info is distributed, and the people who pay attention to that kind of thing in my life. But yeah, it's a good point. Like, maybe that's just salient, like culturally not that salient of a thing anymore.
So we got, making some eggs, but then we got this. Got a little bacon going on in there.
What if UBI was just randomized for the Matthew principle, so that 20 people or 20% of everybody got 80% of the monthly UBI, and then they randomized every other month or something, and then maybe something like that could work. UBI plus lottery equals great success.
Will UBI will it be just dispersed across the whole globe? Like, will we get rid of nations then? Because then how do you trade? Or do we just like out manufacture everything or all the other countries in the world with our robots and then delve into the market that way? Is that how that happens?
UBI would be like basic, what is it? Universal basic income. So
Yeah.
I'm imagining that it's not like every single person's job would be replaced. It's more like there's these large swaths of certain industries that have been replaced. And so
Mm.
the government is going to subsidize, much like they do for farmers, much like they do for healthcare and other cultures. But we're just going to subsidize these, they used to be accountants and now we don't need accountants. So, you know, these people didn't do anything wrong. We just progressed as a society. So we're going to pay them and it'll be tax dollars at work. But that tax revenue is going to go up because people are going to have more time and they're going to stimulate the economy, and they're going to bake
Oh,
bread and, they're going to do supras for people so that they can know what a real sacred meal is like. And, all that
yeah.
stuff. Like, they're going to free you up
Oh.
to actually do the important things that you're doing for free right now.
Do you know how hard it was for me to bite my tongue and not be be like what do they say, butt hurt during COVID when I was deemed a essential worker, so I had to go to work. I couldn't take off of work and I couldn't get unemployment. But some people were not essential workers and they had to take off work and they were getting like ridiculous amounts of money on top of their unemployment. They were also getting like this other kind of subsidy, and it was infuriating for me because I still had to go to work every day and make less money than these folks were getting weekly. So like
Yeah.
I can't see this would be a horrible idea.
Well, so if UBI happened, you'd get more money and they'd get more money. And if you still wanted to be a you know, tile setter, then more power to you. Go out there and set some tile, brother. But like, you know, you don't have to worry about what's on the food that's on the table. Like that's what they'll tell. That's what they're saying to you, right? Like that's what UBI is kind of the real.
I
To me,
don't
the
think.
real. Well, go ahead,
Yeah, I
Nick.
don't think UBI is a viable option until we start spending less than we're making as the government, and that's not yet the case. Now, if world productivity begins jumping 10%, 10%, 10% every single year, because or like 20%, 30%, it might be a viable opportunity. But the way you can measure the viability of something like a UBI is you have your gross national product, and you have the amount of tax money that you take in from all economic activity of the entire country, and you see, you know, what how much you're paying for services that are already being rendered. So, do we need a military? Do we need healthcare for the elderly and those who can't afford it? Those are our two biggest expenses. Do we need Social Security for the elderly? You know, so we're already doing UBI for a lot of people that genuinely need it. You know, whether they're retired Americans or paid into the Social Security system, or they need healthcare and they can't afford it. Now, could those systems work better? Probably. Yeah, but we don't have the economic productivity yet to do something that's like a UBI viability. I think it'd be really interesting if we invent something like a physical universal constructor, and we say, okay, we're going to give a universal constructor and 50 acres to every American. You do what you got to do. That would be interesting, but we don't have that technology yet. So like when the AI invents a machine that can make anything, then we'll see where we're at. And until then, it's just a pipe dream. So
there's always going to be somebody out there who's like going to want to take over the neighbor's 50 acres, right? Because that's something that will, I mean, it's unavoidable.
Yep.
50 acres in a universal constructor.
Yep. And I want your universal constructor and your 50 acres too. And I'm going to come get it. Like, that's what's going to happen.
Well, what'll stop that is if we have top-down imposition. Now, Americans seem to be less trusting of the top-down imposition of such things, but they seem to be more trusting of their local structures like police, firefighters, etc. I don't know, like at least my sense is like in our local community, maybe it's just my local area, I don't know, but there seems to be like, yeah, we definitely need some structure in our local community. Yeah. But I just don't think we're going to have the universal constructor thing. So I was talking to Chad about this yesterday, and I think in 5 years, we're going to know whether our lives are going to radically change because of technological progress, or I think we're just going to enter sort of a new period of technological stagnancy. Let's put it that way. So for all of our lives, for everyone living today, we are so used to technology being massively better over the course of our life. Like that has been the case for over 100 years. Like suddenly we have a refrigerator and then a television, and you know, and before the ability to get from a city to a city in hours. Like what the heck? Like that.
Yeah, so
that's
much so that you
insane.
don't even have to acknowledge how insane it is.
Yeah. And that, what I'm saying is like, that's a very weird thing in the span of all history, that the way we go about living our lives is fundamentally different from decade to decade. And I think
the
we're
dollar
coming.
is the universal constructor.
Yeah. I mean, what currency is a store of value, and it's the ability to take value and perpetuate that out into the future and across people. And it's an insane technological invention in and of itself, money for doing that. But I could talk for a while about that, but I don't want to. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, what if currency isn't how we store value anymore? What if artificial intelligence, robots, etc., shifts where value is stored and currency isn't the thing? What does value transition to?
We still need value, and the reason we need value is because humans want things that they don't currently have in their possession, whether it's a Diet Coke or a house. So again, unless you have a universal constructor, you need the Diet Coke or you need the house. And so then it's like, okay, who gets the house? Then you need a system for who gets the house.
So opportunity is the universal constructor.
Yeah. So if you have a universal constructor, that's your starting point. Then you say, okay, this is the house that I want. No, can you make it a little bit wider? No, can you do this a little bit differently? And then you're just talking to your UC, and it constructs the house that you want. But then you also fundamentally it's about energy. So those things take energy, and what I mean by energy is movement of physical objects from place to place. And raw material. So to build something, you need raw material. So those things have to come from somewhere. Now, let's say the AI is producing, I don't know, 1 trillion watts of electricity, and every human gets 10 million watts every year. I don't know. But maybe it could be something like that, like where everyone's allocated a certain amount of electricity, but then or a certain amount of wattage. But I trust Jesus when he says the poor will be with you always. There's something about the nature of reality that you cannot have equality of outcome. Sorry, let me put it this way. You can't have difference between entities in a group. You can't have difference in entities in a group without there being a resultant difference in outcomes as the entities in the group pursue any endeavor. So you could say ants building an anthill. If the ants are different, then they are going to contribute a different amount to the anthill. It's inevitable. Players on a sports team, if the players are different, they're going to contribute differently on the sports team, and that's going to vary from game to game.
But what? Why does it matter?
Well, we're talking about a UBI.
No,
So
I know. I know it does. I mean, I know that what we're talking about.
Okay.
but,
So
the
let's
connection is
say
not.
everyone gets the same income every
Mhm.
month. And let's say some people are better at saving that income and are better
Mhm.
at making that income bigger. Okay, are then everybody else that's not as good at making that income bigger, are they going to get to take away from someone's capacity to let's say nourish or grow or steward their income, right? So what is mine or what is yours? Like what's the limits of that? So is UBI something where any excellence that's achieved by anyone instantly has to be universally distributed among everyone? Or is UBI just minimum flat rate? Yeah.
My brother in Christ, what the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think we need to establish what the
Yeah.
what the goal is here.
When I think UBI, I just think, yeah, I get a check from the government like once a month or something. And like,
So-
yeah, if I still want to create, or let's say rake my neighbor's leaves and they want to give me $5, like that's all fair and game. I don't have to give that $5 to the universe because it's a universal basic income. Like, I don't know. Am I tripping? Is like I don't think that it's like the UBI is not necessarily like full communism, right? Like it's just, hey, here's something that we could have spent on the military. We could have spent on US aid. We could have spent on manipulating foreign governments. We could have spent in munitions that we then sell to small splinter cells that end up, warring with us years and years to come. and just said, hey, instead of that, and instead of free healthcare or any help with healthcare, we're just going to give you back. And it's the same exact thing as a tax cut, basically.
Are you trolling us,
But why? Yeah, no. So why is that better? So McMo, let's say we have $1 trillion, and it could either be a UBI or we could provide healthcare for the people that cannot afford healthcare. Which is better? So I actually think spending the $1 trillion on healthcare for those that can't afford healthcare is better than giving everyone $100 a month. I think it's actually better that we help those that need healthcare with that $1 trillion.
Yeah, I would tend to agree with you. The point I was making was just that like UBI does not equal like full communism where all share all.
Yes, it does. Doesn't it?
No.
Like, because it has to come from somewhere.
No, I think the case for UBI usually is there are a portion of people who, they're making minimum wage, and instead of just increasing minimum wage and dealing with it that way, what we do is we have all this money that's sitting around that we're using for other stuff, trying to support people who are at the very bottom. Why don't we just give them a straight check and deal with it the free market way and let them kind of manage it and go that direction, especially when things are more automated and people are being automated out of their jobs. Why don't we take
Wouldn't
some of
it
the
create more disparity? Like what if they mishandle and then they just go further and further and deeper into their? So then, do they just keep ratcheting up how much more they get?
I don't think that's any different than the way it's going to be already. Like, I think that's I think this is actually like it's not going to solve the problem, but it's not going to make it worse. At least that's my thought. No, I'm not a crazy proponent of this either. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, to be clear, me neither. I've been pro it, I've been against it. I don't think that it gets a fair shake in these conversations because it is a potential, if not a solution, at least an alleviation, depending on how big the tidal wave is, you could say.
I would like to discuss what's upstream of this conversation, which is I see two things going on, and they are connected, but they're not the same thing. And one of those things is the Pareto distribution of the rich have certainly gotten richer over the last 50 years. And let's say the middle class has remained relatively stagnant. Now, I don't think that's as emphasized in other countries as the United States, but like other first world countries, let's say, I think the rich have not grown as rich as quickly, but it's mostly due to, I think, the scale of the most successful American businesses over the last 20 or 30 years, especially in the internet space. And so in the United States and worldwide, to be clear, because we have a global economy, you have the wealthiest getting basically the wealthier you are, the faster you're getting wealthy. And that's occurred over the last 50 years. But simultaneously, and I think it's related, but I think it is independent, class-based resentment has gone up considerably. And I would say class-based resentment has gone up at a much faster rate over the last 10 years.
Is that because of universal basic education? Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, no, I want to discuss that because I'm actually more curious about the first one. I'm less curious about because I think I have a good understanding of why why Pareto principles work, but the second one, like the class-based resentment, that worries me a lot. The class-based resentment, because resentment in general, but like the common, there are certain common aims at resentment, and the Jews are a very common one. And then the rich are another very, very common one. And so we seem to be going down both those roads.
Well, and I don't think those are independent either. Like the way that people talk about specific groups tends to be based off of their performance in the economy. Like it's not independent. I think a lot of it comes from like this lifestyle bloat that we run into, where it's becomes culturally we think that a successful person looks like they own their own house, they're able to afford whatever food they want, They have all the streaming services. They can just have all these things, and historically, like credit cards have facilitated it, and now people are going into major amounts of debts with this, and people are being sold a lifestyle that is just not achievable for them. And I think there's resentment about that they have been told that this is the dream and this is what they should aspire to, but it's not reachable for them. Because I don't think even the richest people could even handle living like that all the time if they really wanted to. Like, to be rich, you have to say, I'm not going to participate in certain things. I'm not going to spend my money needlessly. I need to save money. But that's the outward appearance that they will give. Like, the richest people will, or people who pretend to be rich will give that appearance that this is what life is like when you're rich. And so I think there's resentment around that, especially that people are told that if they just didn't eat avocado toast, they would be rich, which is not true, right? There is a truth
not untrue though, because that is a symptom of a pattern.
It's a symptom of a pattern, but it's an oversimplification to the extent that it's just a straight lie, right? Like, to a certain extent.
All right, guys, I gotta go be rich and eat my bacon, avocado, egg, and blueberry bagel with cream cheese and honey on it. Life is really hard. I gotta go, and I have 2 kinds of cheese on my egg.
Ooh, Tayo's here.
I have Swiss and extra sharp cheddar, so it's bad these days. But God bless y'all.
Lifestyles of the rich and famous. He has 2 cheeses on his omelet. Tayo, welcome, brother.
Hello. I'll listen for a bit. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
I was gonna say that I feel like this is your conversation.
What's the topic? Sorry.
Class war.
Well, I was arguing with President Foxman over avocado toast.
Yeah, class war, and as it pertains to avocado toast. Ethan, you look like a guy who's had his fair amount of avocado toast. You got a favorite bread type?
McMo, you might appreciate this. Before Ethan told us about his favorite bread types, I was just on the phone to my girl, and we were trying to come up with 3 songs each.
Whose girl? You're mad lad? You mad lad? Whose girl?
My God. I'm not saying her name anyway.
What
but yeah,
can make me feel this way?
the question was, I asked her to come up with 3 songs with the theme of the song being money, and I also did the same. And one of my songs was Money Trees, and she was like, no, I don't think that's about money, that's more about lifestyle. And we spent an hour going through the lyrics of Money Trees, and part of the theme of that song is Kendrick comparing basically his neighbors that were born with a silver spoon and him having the right to rob them because he doesn't have the money. So class war of sorts. But no, I've got no thoughts on avocado, and that's why people should.
I like a plain sourdough. White bread's good. Ethan, what say you, sir?
Okay, let's talk about avocado toast. Because there's an argument to be made that the avocados that you're using on your avocado toast are supporting drug cartels, and there's an argument to be made that most of the toast you have is made from flour, and that flour has been stripped of all the nutrients, which is why it's white flour and it's not brown flour. And the best flour is probably einkorn flour because it's old. It hasn't been stripped of nutrients. But if you want to grow einkorn flour, then you're going to have to own land. If you want to own land, then you have to have money. And then how do you get money? Because if you want land to grow like raw materials, you got to put in, if your family ain't got money, you got to put in a few decades of work just to
live
get
on Zuckerberg's ranch.
Well, maybe.
I thought that those boys who sold me my avocados were just in like a local youth ministry. I didn't realize they had connections to the cartel. Good grief. I'm going to have to put out a tip for the authorities on that one, I think. And the question is, if you guys want me to be a landowner, donate to my Ko-Fi. And we will buy land. We'll start the cult, just like we all want to. And we'll grow everything necessary for a decent, I'm not promising excellence, but a decent avocado toast, I think we could probably manage after years of hard work and sunk costs. We might actually get to a productive farm, but you know, everybody has their dreams. Could Neil and or Noah kind of give the lay of the land, and maybe we could refocus on what you two gentlemen are seeing differently? As far as I see it, well,
Oh,
go ahead.
Oh, I
Wait,
was just going to
what
say
can I-
where we went through. Go ahead, Neil, if you had something.
Yeah, well, so what I think has happened is as the wealthy have gotten wealthier, the expectations of what's normal in terms of products and services that average people are entitled to has gone up. So what I mean by that is, let's say in the 1970s, what was normal was you had 3 kids, 1,000 square feet, maybe 1 family car, maybe 2. You had 1 television set, and everyone had to share the television set, and you had a phone line that you paid for the house, and that was it. And then you get to that's the 1970s, and then you get to the 1990s, and the expectations are not 1,000 square feet for a house, but 1,500 square feet, 2 kids, not 3, and your expectations then are you need the phone line, but then also you need a family cell phone plan, so everyone has their own cell phone, but it's not yet a smartphone. And everyone goes out to eat more, and okay, then you get to the 2000s, and now everyone needs the Spotify and the YouTube and YouTube Red, now premium, and Netflix, and and now everyone has their own devices, and so like the average, and then that also has multiplied because let's say I see someone I know who's affording this $100 meal plate at a restaurant, and then okay, this is normal that people are going to these $100 restaurants, so the expectation just goes up in what is, like, let's say normal, or the perception of normal. And simultaneously, you do have flat middle class wages. Like the middle class genuinely is not doing great, and that's over the course of 50 years. It's been relatively flat, or middle to working class. So Go ahead, Noah.
Well, and I think along with that, right? Like I have a relatively good job, and not to brag, but even the thought of I have no kids. The thought of trying to afford even $1,000 square foot home around where I live is crazy. Like that's like any land is, at least $500,000 around where I live, basically, or pretty close to it. And the deposit on it is going to be way higher than I can afford reasonably. I'm gonna have to save for, upwards of 5 years to be able to reasonably try to take that on. Plus the mortgage is going to be way higher than my rent even is right now. And so the landscape is different. I think that's part of it too, is that you have a generation of people who they have the good advice for their generation, but man, like it's not the same as it is now. And even talking to my parents who school teacher and pastor who don't have great paying jobs, they were able to find a place and do it, and it worked out for them. And they were telling me, it's like, oh yeah, that's really tough, but like that's kind of how it is when you're first married. I'm like, it's not the same. Respectfully, it's not the same situation that you were in. And it's hard to communicate that and not like come across as rude or a jerk. Like it's different, and yeah.
Yeah, and I did notice Well, it just merely off of the references you use, Neil, I was like, oh, yep, Neil's a little bit older than me because, you know, just that the story you told, which I think is accurate, it aligns like it actually does make a pretty big difference if that's the reality when you're 20 or if that's the reality when you're 30 or if that's the reality when you're 40. Like there is a way in which if we flatten that kind of generational trade-off story, then it is easy for I think the younger generation to be like, well, me and my dad have had a lot of conversations like this because he always did a really good job, I think, of noticing where he didn't really understand how things like work these days. Whether it be like technology with like the remote or whether it be like navigating the internet. Um, I feel like he did a pretty good job. But I will say this, like trying to make him aware that it kind of sucks to think that like by the time him and my mom were this age, they were like had bought a piece of property out on a pretty exclusive island and were building like the equivalent of like a 3-story house, because they had already bought a house when they got married, and did a fixer upper, sold it for a profit, and then were able to kind of move out to the very posh suburbs, even if they're in the like less posh version. That move from lower because and so yeah, it is back in some ways to the class thing, but I think we'd be in error to miss that kind of generational thing where the reality is that I think a lot of people my age and younger are looking at their parents' lives and saying, well, not only will it used to be kids looked at their parents and said, my life will never be that because they thought their parents' life was boring. Now I think people are saying like, oh, my life will never be that because it's like, oh, I don't know if I'll ever be able to like afford unless my parents die early because I am in the will to receive the house. Like, unless they pass away early, it's very unlikely, or they give me the house at some point, kind of a thing. It's very unlikely that I will achieve the type of American dream as it pertains to riches and mammon as they did. And I think that Chad's absolutely right that should not like lead us to envy the riches of our parents or the ease with which they kind of navigated the market. But I do think that it kind of sheds some light on like, okay, yeah, this is a very different time. Like the expectations of more people and that it's like people have more faith that a robot will take over their job than that they'll be able to buy a house in their lifetime. Like that's just like where society is at. But also I do see that we got
That's so true. I've never heard that phrase that explicitly, but that is actually very true for my generation and younger.
Mhm.
We've got more faith that AI will take over our job than we will actually be able to buy land.
and I don't see like I'm
Freddie
not quite
D.
Freddie E. Funk in the place to be. I'm not sure like I think that's true whether or not the millennial or like the younger millennial and Gen Z malaise as it regards to the economy are like true, right? Like it actually might be that we're in for like that we are just kind of tripping on our own sensitivity and that we're the weak men that will create hard times, or that we're the weak men that must become strong men because of the hard times thrust upon us. Like all of that stuff I think is still at play and different arguments could be made for it. But I do think that just in the terms of like the sheer optimism for the future as it pertains to like worldly possessions, shall we say, or comfortability or stability, I think are just that optimism is just way down. But Neil, please set us straight.
Well, I have a question, which is, do you think, let's say, the generational prosperity post World War II, do you think that's been more of the norm from generation to generation throughout history? Or do you, because I have a sense like biblically speaking, it was really rough not being the firstborn son. Like the firstborn son inherits the land, gets the farm and
Yeah,
everything.
but
Like what do you do as a second or third or fourth born? Yeah.
yeah, God always prefers the young son. That's a pattern that's actually throughout as far back as Cain and Abel, right? And then Seth. Um, so like that to me is a very worldly way of looking at it, right? Like there is and this is the story of the prodigal son, right? It's like the younger brother who's like, I'm not going to inherit this land. I need to get what's mine and go out on an adventure.
Did,
But
Which is
I
did they
kind
don't
of
get the
but I could say real quick. I could say like it's a very worldly way to look at it right now, where everyone's getting fat off the land and I'm not. So what I'm saying is like the worldly argument cuts both ways. So I always like to put things in historical context, like not just the last 50 years, not the last 100, but like true. Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
well, I was gonna say even then, even in the biblical perspective, it's not that the oldest son gets all the land. It's still split. Like they might get the best, from my understanding, right? And maybe I'm wrong. So I'm glad to be corrected here. But like the oldest son may get the lion's share, but the rest of the children also get in on the inheritance. And that's kind of basically baked into the Israelite structure of managing land, that it never leaves the family, and if it does, it's for a limited amount of time. I think it's a totally different perspective with the year of Jubilee involved. But
speaking of the year of Jubilee, we got him, the main man, Freddie E. Funk.
Ready? What's up, y'all? How y'all been?
What's up, dude? Are you at
Oh
church still?
man, who you for in basketball?
Well,
Big.
that's a good question. That's a good question. Let me
Oh,
think. Let me
Denver,
think.
right? Denver.
I think I might actually. I think I might actually want to see OKC go further than that. I think I want. I'm rooting for OKC.
I'm rooting for Denver. I got family in Denver.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Well, really, on the East, I'd like to see the Pacers get to the finals. I want
Yeah.
to see the Pacers do it. The
Did you get
Knicks,
the
I think
channel?
it's cool that they made this far, but no, I don't get the games on TV. Freddie, I gotta
Okay.
watch. I gotta watch on YouTube later the highlights.
Okay. Hey, I had a question. Did you get the my channel?
Yeah, I think so. I think
It's XPF or something. I always mess up on it. But anyways, check out the Freddie and Paul show as well. And then my XPF, because I got my own channel. I got like 14 videos up that I've been working on.
All right. Well, we'll track them down. We'll have to feature them sometime on a chill
What are we
stream.
doing today?
Man, we're just yapping. We're yapping about the economy and the future and AI robots. Probably stuff that we
Oh,
shouldn't be worried about.
oh, you remember that movie with Will Smith, I, Robots?
Yeah.
Yep.
That
Yep.
was
Oh yeah.
tough, huh? Yeah. Okay. Well, hey, you got. Oh, how long does your show go? Once for next week, I can tune in again.
Yeah, it goes as long as it goes. I wish I could give you a solid number, but
Okay.
it's usually at least 2 hours.
Okay. What time does it start?
Whenever I get done doing what I need to get done, and sometimes
No, what
before
time
that.
does it start? Oh, like 9 or 10. I mean, like 11 or 12.
Yeah, you could tune in around that
Okay.
time every day. We'll probably still be going around then.
All right, look out for Charlie and me because we'll be having stuff we're trying to get. If you know of a radio station that wants to play our music, get back to me. And it'll be one love, peace out, and all that stuff, you know?
Sounds
So,
Wow.
good to me, man. I'll do some research and see if I can't find some radio play for you out there. I got a few
okay, Big
connections
Mo.
I could tap. We'll see what happens.
All right, send me another beat sometime so I can get in the studio. So I can get in
All
the studio, lay down some funky grooves. Play
right,
that
Freddie.
music, white boy. Lay down and boogie and party.
Play that folk music till
All
you
right, Big
drop.
Mo. Nice hearing from you guys.
One love, Freddie. One love. Catch
All
you
One
right,
next
love,
guys.
time.
Freddie.
Good. Bye bye.
And see,
Freddie,
that's the
keeping McMo accountable on the beat making. We love it.
yeah. See, if I got UBI, I would make more beats. Freddie would have more beats than he knew what to do with. If only I could get UBI.
it's universal beat income.
Yeah, that's exactly what
That's
I was
right.
thinking. Everyone gets an equivalent number of sounds every month. Well, I think I'm gonna head out, but it's been good
Thanks for hanging, Neil,
experimenting.
Yeah.
My
and
pleasure.
being our sacrificial conservative as McWoke and the President Foxman conspire in smoke-filled rooms to give the people what they want, the cold
I'm
hard
just
cash.
living off the corpse of my forefathers. So thank you.
Wow, we really have fun here. We really do have fun. Well, Ethan, you've been thinking about anything interesting lately, or Noah, or Tayo?
I've been
Anything
thinking.
random?
I've been thinking about Ethan's video that I watched this morning, which was actually a bit of a good sermon. It feels like on a Sunday morning. It was Arc Day 1 or Day 2 review. No, Day 1, because it was reviewing Peterson's speech and giving giving a Christian perspective of the topics Peterson was trying to touch on. Ethan, is that a fair assessment of the video, or am I waffling too much?
No, I think that's a fair assessment. Jordan Peterson, that speech he gave at ARC, the first one was interesting because I think the reason I got frustrated was because he's talking about the Bible, but he's abstracting everything in it. And as someone who goes like, well, like this is a text that I follow, so like I also want to give a perspective on your perspective because I think you're missing the point, Nate. So yeah, I guess yeah, Christian perspective or something like that.
Yeah, it was
Damn,
also.
hit him with the mate. Hit him with the mate. Hit him with the mate, Ethan. Hit him with the mate. I love that you said that because it reminds me of the way I will say different words that like whenever I meet somebody of a different culture, I it feels like I'm just afforded so many new words. And
I code switch so fast.
I'm not saying, yeah, I'm not accusing you of code switching. I want to be careful there. I'm not accusing you of that, but it made me think of times when I've code switched, and it's really funny to just think of you code switching for Tayo and saying mate.
God save the king. But Ethan, I thought what was interesting is, no, I don't want to litigate ARC and go over that because I think we overdid that with CBAX and PVK and whatnot. But it's the fact that that was a Substack article that you were reading, wasn't it?
Well, sorry, say what?
Was that something you had written on Substack?
Yeah, 2 months ago. Yeah, I've been turning all my Substacks into YouTubes. I need to get faster at that so I can return to writing on Substack.
Okay, so that was going to be my question: is what that transition from Substack into YouTube, has that affected your writing, or are you still, is the output still the same on the Substack front?
No, I've stopped writing. I've just been making YouTube videos for like 2 or 3 weeks, trying to get caught up, and I'm going too slow. I need to get caught up faster so I can return to writing.
What's the difference between the two? I mean, you're now transitioning into YouTube, but I'm guessing when you return back to writing, it will be with the thought of it being for YouTube as well as for Substack.
No.
Beep, boop, beep, beep, boop. Hold that thought, Ethan. Breaking news from the Ethan Kahi channel 35 minutes ago. The newest episode of The Stranger game show, where the guest picks the question and Ethan, the host, not Ethan, the host plucks the question, and together they pucker out. Tucker out? Pucker out. Tucker out. They tucker out. Forget what the other word I said. It's a good show. You should watch it. Back to you, Ethan, in Alaska.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm trying to capture an idea with words. So then when I turn to like turn a camera on, I'm trying to capture that same idea using the words I already captured it with, but like the dimension of film is another layer. So like in the YouTube video, there's a few points where I like go off script, and there's like more in the YouTube video that's not in the Substack, and there's parts of the Substack that don't make sense in a YouTube video. So like they're very close to one another, but they're not word for word renderings.
Yeah, it's that subtle differences that I also cause because you pause at different times to say, oh, this isn't. For example, the link in the description and the link to the video being on top. That's just one, but also the delivery in tone and emphasis is a lot better on video than it would be as written out.
Yeah, I mean, video encourages like a performance, right? So it's like the video there's probably, I don't know, maybe twice as much prolificity in a video than in writing. Although there's plenty of profile in writing too. I don't know.
Yeah, I think the difference for me would be something like the relationship with time, right? Because it's a similar thing of like when you're in the writing mode, you're kind of afforded the opportunity to have sequence without time. You know, it's similar to editing, but not quite. You know, like it's just that there's lots of techniques to writing, but it's a different mode of kind of thinking, I guess is the point I'm trying to get to. And so it seems like, yeah, it would be interesting to mix and match the two, but to me, it simplifies to the relationship with like thought in time. And are you like slowing down, or are you going fast and then re-editing your thoughts in order to? So like, there's some similarities and some differences, but I don't know if everybody would think of it the same way, because I don't really write that often, except for like reasons of like having a diary and like trying to work out in which particular way am I being overly selfish. And sometimes the externalization of having it on my phone screen or on a piece of paper can kind of help get me out of that. But it's still a different sensation than seeing myself on video or hearing my voice speak contemporaneously or extemporaneously. But yeah, no, I imagine for you that like it would be the difference between a stream when you're playing a game versus like when you have an idea and you like make a video and edit it. And so it seems like Ethan is trying to do kind of a blend of the two, but I don't know. What are your thoughts, Noah? President Foxman,
No,
excuse
yeah,
me for
no.
using your
It
Christian name.
You can use my Christian name. It's okay. No, yeah, I think it's different mediums, so you're gonna have different ways of presenting it, and if it's the same, it's not going to be as powerful. So the expression will change. The idea is more vague than the implementation, and so yeah, I think it's the right way of going about it. Yeah. I don't know if that was getting at what you were saying, but that was my initial reaction.
Yeah, makes sense to me. Tyler, did that answer your question? Is that what you were kind of trying to point at?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to go with, to see if the writing to video maps onto the streaming versus a scripted video, or whether there's something else going on with streaming.
I mean, I'm still figuring out streaming. Like, streaming is hard, especially if you're doing it by yourself.
Let them know, Noah. I make it look so easy. Let them know. I make it look easy.
I mean, you make it look easy. And I look at your stream and I'm like, man, McMo has this down. It can't be that difficult. And then I try it. I'm like, dang.
Don't compliment.
Careful. I'm the only one around here allowed to toot my own horn. Anything else would be inappropriate.
No, but it's true. McMo does make streaming. I mean, Grimgriz makes streaming look easy as well, in ways that it turns into a TV show where it's clearly just a presentation. But McMo does the interacting and keeping the show going, even with guests on, whilst also making a beat. So there's your compliments, and I'll take the strike.
The thing that I don't know how people do it, and that's kind of the Grim Grizz side, or the like Af in the first half of his stream, like doing the talking to the audience without like any feedback other than the chat. I don't know how people do that, but
Well, it's easy when you have such an engaged, interesting, and funny chat as I do. You know, that it makes
that's
it
also
really easy.
true. But they need something to interact with as well.
It's true. Like the first hour of this video, I was just making a beat and nobody wanted to come on. It is what it is. Ethan,
Foxman,
what you got?
Yeah, Ethan.
do you have an internal monologue? Like, what is the interiority of your mind like? Because I also like the idea of going and just talking is not natural to me the way that Mo does it, or Grimm, or Luke Thompson. But I would imagine, like, are you ADD? This is what I'm curious about.
I don't know if I'm ADD. I think I have some ADHD tendencies. But like I talk to myself and I can ramble a little bit, but most of it's internal. And so like bringing it out into the open, it's kind of hard to do. Plus on top of trying to do something else that's interesting at the same time. And so I'm still kind of playing around with that a little bit. And then you have something like, if I'm playing Death Stranding, it's such a beautiful game. I almost don't want to interrupt it. I just want to let it speak for itself. And so, but yeah, I also admire like Luke's ability to kind of just like throw something down. I'm very impressed by, even if nobody wants to pick it up when he opens the room to chat with other people. But
yeah, I think that Luke speaks for about 35 minutes, and someone comes on and speaks about his topic for about 2 minutes before it.
And then let's have an atheist Christian debate. You know.
Oh man, that was great. I came into that late, but by the time I got into it, it turned into a Michael versus Lou, and then it turned into a Al versus. And that was great. And poor Luke just looked so sad at the state of the stream. See, I guess that there is that part of it to streaming where you leave your channel vulnerable to go with the wind, and you sort of have to be able to not control the spirit of the conversation, which I think again McMo Second Strike does well of keeping things. And if it doesn't, he's got a good chat that will remind him that no.
But yeah, that's why writing can be like really nice, is because then you can control a lot of that. You don't have to worry about it.
See, the thing is, I will not accept just rampant. This insubordinance cannot stand, Tayo. I don't know who you're trying to impress going up against my authority on my channel. I don't know if this lady of yours that you call yours is influencing you to become more confident, but good grief, dude. 2 strikes. Like, I'll ban your ass, bro. Like, stop playing with me, Taya.
You should have the South Park respect my authority as some branding.
Respect my authority. Yeah. I've never been that big into South Park, but every time I've watched it, it's made me like cry, laugh. So, yeah, pretty funny.
But yeah, I think that's why writing is also nice. Is that there's a level of control that you have there. That when you're streaming, it's just up to the spirit of the thing, and it can go any which way, and you have to respond dynamically. It's a different muscle. It can be a different muscle, but
we've got a new guest, Mr. Ron Copperman. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Gentlemen, how are we doing this
sunny Sunday afternoon.
Michael, I think I called you Matthew earlier.
Howdy, sir.
Well, two new guests. You guys been following along with stuff to say, or do you need a second or two to get into the flow?
I think I'll go flow for 200.
And you'll have it, and you'll like it, Ron. Michael, you been listening in, or same deal?
Yeah, I've been listening in a little bit, not for terribly long. But Ethan said something about ADD that struck me, and I've thought a lot about that because I find myself in my extremely low agreeableness, where a lot of the language used from, I don't know, let's just say like modern psychology things, I'm like real hesitant towards. Maybe that's also like upbringing through Pentecostal mom. Don't know. But it strikes me that the corner doing this, Paul's stuff, hours of podcasts, whatever, is actually sort of like like if there's an attention deficit problem, then this is like attention expanding, right? So when we're participating in these things, and I see the liturgy within the Orthodox Church the same way as I've participated in it, where instead of like, okay, I can only pay attention to something for 30 seconds. Okay, now that's really started to expand, right?
You heard it here first, folks. The Orthodox liturgy and the McMo chill stream, samey, pretty much exactly the same thing.
Hey, look,
So good to hear.
There's a Venn diagram and there is overlap, but maybe not a whole lot.
Sorry, I cut you off for the sake of the joke. Please continue.
No, but and I like, look, anybody that's dealing with screens, right? Hell, Western people and televisions, guess what? You probably have a deficit of attention problem, right? It's not like am I ADD or do I have this? It's like, no, that thing has you, right? And it's maybe like some folks are a little bit more predisposed, but it feels a little bit more nurture than it does nature.
My take is might be closer to like garments of skin.
Yeah, that's
where
right.
it's more like it's the best we can do with this. With this, I don't know if it's going to cure it, but it's at least going to protect you a little bit more than if you didn't have it.
Well, it's like, okay, so if you can only attend to something for short amounts of time without experiencing stress, anxiety, frustration, something, it's like, okay, well, you could almost think of like, if any of you listen to Peterson talk about his behavioral therapist days and like exposure, like I'm afraid of elevators. Okay, well, can you be 1 mile from an elevator? Okay. Can you be half a mile? Okay. Can you take one more step towards? Can you touch the elevator? Right? Can you put 1 foot in? Right? And you just kind of, and this is what's happening with our attention should we participate in something that is attempting to expand and heal that, right? Mm-hmm. But basically, the entire Western noose is dealing with an attention deficit problem right now.
Yeah.
I've heard you say this word noose a few times. Can you clarify what you mean by that and maybe spell it literally so that we know which one you're talking about?
Yeah. So N-O-U-S, Greek term, but there's not a good English equivalent as far as I'm concerned. And it's fractal. Okay, so what I mean by that is that I think that you can understand noose at various levels. So the one that you'll immediately maybe encounter or deal with in most writings is like you. It's like the most you. If you've ever seen images where there's like an eyeball on a heart, like the eye of the heart, that gets close. That's a little weird to me. I'm not sure I'm real into that, but it gets close anyways. So it's like the highest, most you, right? And then that is the thing that has free will to attend or to look at, right? But the reason I said it's fractal is because it exists at multiple levels, right? So let's say your entire family attends to things communally, right? Or as a group, right? And then so does the county and the city and the, or the church or the ecclesia, and then the state, and then the whatever. So it expands at multiple levels. So in order for us to be recognizable as the West, it means that the larger West attends to certain things that give us certain characteristics. And so that exists at every layer, which is why it's fractal.
Are one of you guys smart? Are one of you smart guys tracking? Because I'm totally distracted.
All I heard was the sacred self.
I am so glad you were lost too. I mean, I was struggling. I felt like a water skier, like that fell and was holding on, just taking on water. But
Yeah.
but I felt like I was listening to an intellectual Bob Ross, so it was good.
Yeah. Are we talking about kind of like? Sorry, we're not trying to roast you, Michael. You
No,
just
dude.
might.
I'm just. I'm not
Your
hating.
IQ might be divisible by ours, so we're just catching up. But so are you saying that the noose is like some kind of amalgamation of like who we're meant to be versus maybe the potential of who we'll become versus this kind of like spirit that animates our mortal bodies? Like where is any of that tracking at all, or am I just completely off? I mean, you said there's no good English word for it, but even the explanation sounded like Greek. So we might have to either circle back, but I'm hoping that one of these smart fellers that write Substacks or, has a good job or something could translate for us. But I've been on air for 3.75 hours. I can't be expected to understand what Michael's saying. I
Well,
blame you
but
folks.
no, but it goes to Michael's point that it is this environment actually helps to strengthen our attention.
I thought it proved Michael's point because I lost attention like 5 times during that, and that's why I thought I couldn't follow it.
It was good though.
Okay, Michael. Let me jump in. NOUS.
Yes.
So we have the human being, right? We have these bodies, and there's perhaps other senses going on within these bodies, and we travel through space. So this noose, is this noose inside of me, a part of me, or is this noose external to me out there, and I'm bumping up against it? Start there, please.
I've got two work with that I think make more sense and are easier to connect to, but neither one of them nails it, I think. So the first one is thinking of yourself as sort of like, because there's layers, and you can identify and be like, I'm angry. No, it's not so much that you're angry. Angry has you, right? And this is the Greek understanding of like how Aries or Mars can take you, right? Instead of it's yours, it takes you.
Possession.
Yes, ultimately. Okay, so then what does he take? What is the you that he takes? So imagine this cup, right? And the cup can sort of aim. This analogy doesn't totally hold up, but it's one of the better images that I've got for it. So this cup has an opening and it can be filled with things. And what it aims at is what it gets filled with, right? So imagine just like a space, and it's all dark, but there's one light in the darkness, right? Now, there's sort of like different types of darkness because you can aim. It's not all the same darkness, even though it's all united. But as you aim that cup towards the darkness pieces, it fills up, and this glass is like full of darkness. It can be purified, it can be changed, but it would have to aim at the light in order to purify the contents of the cup, right? The cup itself is the noose, right? So that's a first image that I've got. Again, it doesn't totally hold up, but it's kind of pointing in the right direction. The second one, to whatever degree anybody buys onto Ian McGillichrist's work about the left and the right hemisphere. Okay, so there's like the corpus callosum that's in the middle, and you could almost imagine that this totally doesn't even hold up with McGillichrist's work, but just work with the image, like that little guy in the middle between the hemispheres can kind of point on what how much connectivity is happening and like regulate. And so in a sense, you are not the contents of your left hemisphere or the contents of your right hemisphere, although you are part of that. And then even what's going on inside of your brain, you're intertransmitting with people all of the time, like Wi-Fi, right? But that corpus callosum in the middle is sort of a weird decider about how much of what to let regulate through. And you could almost imagine, even though I don't think this is true or that it holds up, you could almost imagine that is a looker too. That corpus callosum, the little connector in between the hemispheres, sort of is a regulator, and that in a way that's the most you. I'm not saying that's how it actually works, but it's just another image to work with.
Okay, so what you're saying is, like, I have a flesh and blood body, and if I eat Doritos all day, the thing I put in my body will eventually cause destruction to my body. But if I ate like healthy things, then health would spread in my body. And there's another part of me that is a noose, and if the Spirit of God fills my noose, it brings health. But if I am aiming towards other spirits, they will fill that noose and cause destruction.
Yeah. If I let myself obsess about how angry I am about work or something my family said or whatever, right, then my cup, me as a cup, gets filled with anger. I am taken by that anger. Or older language, I am taking on the yoke of anger. I am taking on the yoke of Aries or Mars, right? Whereas, and there's many types of yokes to take on. The question is what will you attend to, which is the looking, and the looking is how to understand aiming and whether or not you're missing the mark or not. Did any of that track more, McMo?
Yeah. Unfortunately, when things make sense, that is when I tend to start having disagreements with them.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, the issue, one of the things that comes up in that is that there seems like you could go too far and you could think of yourself, or that what's most important about you is somehow this empty vessel aspect, right? And so that it's really the ability to kind of go from this holy noose to this Mars, being filled with Mars, that like, oh, it's actually my capacity to hold higher spirits is somehow what makes me made in the image of God. When I think that even if that's true, I think that it's not as agentic as it seems. Like, I don't think that the pointing is that. And actually, what made me think of this was, yeah, because when you said corpus callosum or coliseum, it kind of made me think of it being a coliseum, like where like the left and right brain have to battle out because they're somehow at odds. When I don't think that that's the case. Like, I think that God gives the left brain and he gives the right brain, and he also gives the full brain that's connected to the knee
There
bone,
is no
kind of a
left
thing.
and right brain. It's left hemisphere, right hemisphere. There's one brain.
Yeah, left hemisphere, right hemisphere. But yeah, so those would be some of the challenges. But I don't want to go. I don't want to go too far down that road, because the stuff that you used to explain it, you did say like this is my best attempt. So I'm not trying to like say like you failed to give us the perfect analogy. I just think that there's probably something that's going to eventually grind up against my kind of fundamentalist, existentialist priors. And yeah, in other words, it seems like, yeah, well, I don't know. This is one of those ways in which sometimes the orthodox don't sound so orthodox. They sound a little more heterodox. But your mileage may vary, I suppose. Noah, any thoughts on that, or Tayo?
Yeah, I got some thoughts. It sounded like to me the your first explanation made me think of the secret self. I don't know if that's a phrase you're familiar with, Michael.
Mhm.
And but the second explanation made me think the difference between the news, as I understand your explanation of it, and the secret self is the news is the possessed, and the secret self is attempting to be the possessor. It's the one thinking. It's the age of authenticity thing of my secret self is my gives me my true desires, but the news is you're being captured by spirit of desires, and you need to be pointed towards the one stream of light in a world of darkness. So the thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is part of what Saint Paul is trying to get at in Galatians and other places, or even Matthew is pointing at, where um, here's a discernment about types of fruits depending on the kind of yoke that you've taken on, or they would use like flesh versus the spirit language, right? And so what's happening is Paul is able to talk to these pagan Gentiles, right? And so here's this understanding of how your interaction with all of these other gods, Elohim, spirits, what have you, right? So you're making sacrifices and attending to these things in order to take on the attributes of them. And he is reducing a lot of that down to the flesh. He's saying that's the flesh, and that there is one good, one spirit, right? And that yoke produces these kinds of fruits: self-control, patience, kindness, what have you, right? And that's the light in the darkness. Now, what we point at that is like whether you attend to the desires of the flesh or to the spirit is like a aiming mechanism that's happening.
Is everything okay? I stepped away and wasn't watching the screen, and it sounded like somebody collapsed.
It
Is,
did
E-
sound.
is Ethan still with us?
That was Noah.
I dropped
Oh,
something.
oh, okay. Whew, thank goodness. I just looked up and Ethan wasn't in the screen anymore, and I was like, was that the collapse of Ethan's unconscious body at finally hearing the truth for once? He couldn't handle it. Anyway, sorry to interrupt. That noise just kind of scared me a little bit.
My mind went to Martin Shaw and Paul's conversation recently about the second half, where I think it's the second half where they start talking about the internal family systems kind of stuff. This idea that there's that there's this development of seeing one person as actually many people, kind of all engaging in different parts of them are kind of coming out in different ways, and that's like the far end of it. But there's also a truth in the way that we kind of interact in conversation within us of different selves and the way they interact with one another. Yeah, that was just the connection I made.
Yeah, well, I think that's a entry level, or that's a really good entry point for a lot of folks, or even to yourself. It's like, okay, I have this idea or this notion or this desire, and then I have another one that doesn't agree with it at all and wants to do something else. It's like, well, which one's you? Right? What is you? Right? This is what Grizz is on. He's on about all the time, right? And so one in a way, you're observing all of that, right? And once you attempt to identify with any one of those things, right, then you're dealing with something like possession. I think it's really strong language for it, but at least affliction, right? Versus, well, here's something that struck me as I've chewed on all this for the last few years. Like, okay, here are all these different Elohim, these different spirits, right? And basically, all of them want to possess you. All of them want to take you and for you to become that. But there is one, right, that is the light in the darkness, that doesn't want to possess or take you, but wants to cooperate with you and walk with you, and happens to be the one that will elevate you above all the others and allows an ordering of all of them in like in a servitude where that thing is used in its right proportion at the right time should you be obedient. Right.
Well, that has to do with idolatry and prioritization and all those pieces too.
That's right.
That if you make something an idol, it possesses you and you become a tool to it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are Christianese language to describe a lot of this stuff, though, as I'm understanding what it is you're explaining. I'm like, oh yeah, we spoke about this in Bible study many times.
Right. Yeah, and you know, I think that this is where you can get from like Walmart people, Pentecostal mom, to some of the really nerdy Greek word stuff, and go, okay, here's where there's hooks. Here's where there's hooks. Here's where there's bridges to build.
Does nous normally get translated as mind or soul? Is it mind?
Yeah, you'll see that when as you're poking around, you're going to see stuff like it being translated as mind. But I think the definitions actually strike me as a left hemispheric categorization problem, where it's like, what are we pointing at? What symbol are we pointing at rather than an actual definition, right? It's almost like you can imagine where we went from Egyptian hieroglyph pictographs, right, that are expressing something in seen reality. It's like, okay, what word points to that thing, and what is that thing pointing us at in embodied reality, right? So
what's wrong with the mind
sorry, go ahead.
translation? What is missing from the mind translation? What's being pointed at that the mind doesn't capture, or soul also gets translated as?
I don't know that it's necessarily missing anything except for the presuppositions that everyone is bringing from many different walks on what those words mean. That's where there's problems. So it's like you define it, but then even that word or the words that it's defined by, not everybody understands those words the same way, which is why we're in a Babel problem. Hence the presuppositions.
There's better understanding of mind and soul than there is of nous. So what I'm reacting to is sort of a bit of a Babakiism, because after a while it became obvious that Babaki was just Greekifying or Latinifying words, but the colloquial understanding of those was better for dummies like me to be able to grasp what it is he's on about. And I feel like the same thing sort of applies here. And the accusation of the mind translation being a left hemispheric interpretation of something much bigger and grander, I think, is a promise unfulfilled, because the grander thing that's being pointed to just causes more confusion in my mind. But that could just be due to my ignorance and small understanding.
I think you're right. But I think that in order for something to construct, it probably has to deconstruct first. And so there is a confusion that happens. But I also take the critique seriously in that edification is very important and matters. I don't have most of that resolved. But the best words that I've found that I think get close but are a little Gnostic to me, maybe something, is like eye of the heart. Right. So nous is not the mind, but it's like the eye of the heart. And it's like, well, what the hell do you mean by eye of the heart? Right. And you have to get through that confusion in order to reattach. But that confusion itself is something that at the individual level and every fractal layer up is something that we're in the middle of having to reconcile with. And so to me, the confusion is unfortunately necessary.
Do you consider yourself to be in the deconstructed part or the reconstructed part?
I consider myself having constructed and deconstructed from many things, and I am trying to heal in the Orthodox Church. And each one of those deconstructions is a wound of sorts, right? But I'm thankful for them because it allows me to, I don't know if empathize is the right word, or something like having spent 15 years as a communist Marxist, or having his upbringing as a Pentecostal evangelical, or being a Marine, for these years. Like here's all these like weird different inroads of how when I'm encountering folks, I'm like, I see you in me. That's helpful and that's good, but it's only as helpful and good as good fruits are produced as a result. Did you kill the stream? Is that what I did here?
No, not at all. I was just
No.
reminded. Well, if anybody else has something to say, this is a little bit of a tangent, but I remember one time a preacher distinguishing between fruits of the Spirit and fruit of the Spirit. And I think that the grammar of the original verse is apparently it's a singular fruit. And so it struck me as interesting the way that the pastor used that kind of grammatical fact to point towards like the way that the fruit of the Spirit grow is not like first I get patience, then I get peace, then I will become kind. It's that like no, when we're quote unquote judging fruit, there's meant to be this kind of like they're all supposed to be growing together. This is describing these are aspects of the Spirit. They're less kind of these individual achievement badges that we get along the way. But I'm about to drop the link. But Noah, Ethan, Tayo, anything in response?
Do you know what? I was trying to bite my tongue, and I thought your tangent was going to take us away from me having to keep pushing back against what Michael said, which I
Please
actually don't
do.
disagree with. However, I think your example of the distinguishing between fruits of the Spirit and it actually being fruit of the Spirit is an example of, I think, Michael, would you say that's a left hemispheric clarification being made?
Could be. I'd have to dig in more.
Because it seems to me that the preferred right hemispheric mode is more poetic. For example, mind instead of eye of the heart. Was that what it was? It's which leaves a lot more room for interpretation and allows people to bring more of themselves into what it actually means. Does that make sense? Whereas the left hemispheric interpretation is more static, I think would be the accusation, and but I think the static, quote unquote, static interpretation, left hemispheric interpretation brings more clarity than the quote unquote more poetic and open right hemispheric interpretation.
Yeah. Well, and that strikes me as absolutely right, or true, or but it's this weird. Gosh, how would McGillicuddy talk about it? I think he would say something like a proportionality for what you're working with it at any given time. So let's say, okay, maybe Vervaeke's language works a little bit better here from like resolution modes and relevance, right? So when you're in like eye of the heart, it's real low resolution, right? But as you try to bring that higher and higher resolution, and like attaching relevance to it, well, the question becomes: did you end up focusing on the thing that you're both getting at, and are you pointing at the same thing, or does one person end up? They are specifically pointing, right? It has become high resolution left hemispheric kind of edification, but they end up pointing at something different than what you're pointing at, and that definitely happens all the time. And so then the poetic language helps pull that back into a lower resolution in order to try to repoint and to get on the same page again.
I think that's a fair response. So the low resolution is to sort of pull away from clarity because the clarity might have been misjudged. But when and where do we when do we choose to make that move? Because if the clarity isn't misjudged, then it would be irresponsible to go to a more shallow mode of understanding. I'm not sure. Yeah, go.
That's back to Bible, like Bible school, Bible study kind of thing. It's like, okay, well, if you're watching and you're seeing arguments and factions dividing, or indulgences, alcohol or an anger, like here are these things of the flesh. If you're seeing that happening, if you're seeing those consequences of the flesh, of those yokes being taken on, then it's time to probably get back into low resolution, pull back out, and try to re-aim, right? So it's like it's been missed, back out, re-aim.
Michael, first of all, thank you for indulging. This is actually really, I mean, I'm tracking you, but I'm pushing back to gain more clarity, because that's again a good response. But I can imagine a person who has disagreement with the clarity of the, let's just say, of a dogmatic statement, saying that because I disagree with it, we're now at a point where there's disagreement, and we need to go back to a shallower understanding of what it means, so that my disagreements can find a place. I'm more specifically thinking about CRC Synod, because that's something a lot of people in the corner paid attention to. And at some point, our lady stood up and said, uh, "Where my why can't my children fit into the definition of what it is to be a CRC member?" And that is a point of disagreement. And at that point, would it be wise to say, okay, let's just remove the more dogmatic statements and go to a shallower and more open poetic mode of understanding scripture, so that more people can be included?
To me, I think, and I followed along with that pretty closely. It was really interesting, especially because I've been really attentive to Father Stephen DeYoung's work, and he comes from that community, so that was really interesting to watch that happen. So, anyways, obviously there's like a tension here between those who are game to explore beyond the boundaries, right? The dogma is boundary. That's what that is. Dogma is boundary, right? And then there are basically concentric circles of boundaries, right? Of in groups, out groups. So it's like, okay, well, people that are willing to be more boundary explorers, right? And a lot of that is like people in this community, like we're super high in openness, generally speaking, right? So we're willing to like bounce beyond the borders. We're not trying to stay inside the walls of the boundaries of the dogma. We're willing to go explore a little bit. So when there's something that's like, okay, is this good? Should this be within our boundary circles, or should it not? And those conversations are like always worth having, to the best of, this ends up being so sensitive in particular for so many people right now. But the alternative example, that people wouldn't even agree of matching this to, but that I would use anyways, is like, well, if you have a whole bunch of people that are alcoholics, right, and they've taken on that language even of I am an alcoholic, right, or this is like deep in my identity, in my participation. This is part of who I am. The confusion of that identity within that thing, rather than identity in Christ, which is the Christian language for this, the Christian emphasis for it. It's when you start binding to a yoke of identity that is outside of that it becomes particularly contentious. If it were alcoholics, we'd have a little bit easier time and be like, no, don't bring your flask into liturgy or to the service or to worship or whatever. Like, don't be sitting there getting drunk while the sermon's going on. Like, that's ridiculous. Of course you can't do that. That's outside the boundaries, outside the dogma. And then for many of us, even though, personally, I spent 15 years, even all the way back to like 2011 in pronoun seminars in Brooklyn, talking about being cisgender and identity and asking people pronouns or these kind of relationships or Kinsey scale stuff and gay marriage and all that. Somehow I found myself at a fairly traditional speaking perspective of what is reasonably within the bounds of the church. I don't know if that helps. That's a lot of wish-washing around, but it's a sensitive thing.
Hi, Sherry.
Hello. Just thought I'd join you. I'm
Great
doing
to have.
this.
Yeah, Michael, it is a minefield, and whichever example we come up with, it's going to be sensitive topic to someone. But I think that the language or their idea of trying to write the right hemisphere revival within the church being something that's being championed. I think I understand the reason why, because there is a lot of church trauma that people have experienced through the tyrannical wielding of dogmas and um, other things. But I think it would be naive from the Christian perspective to chuck that away and say, okay, let's go for a more poetic mode of scripture, because if you just look to your left, metaphorically speaking, you'll see the whole bunch of progressive Christians ready to uh, to start invoking into God's character something that's not a part of it. And
Good.
at that point, we're going to have to come back to a way of saying, okay, this is true and this isn't,
So
which is a hemispheric thing to do, from my understanding.
let's say both sides get really hard-hearted about that. Like, this is good, this is bad, right? They're clashing. They're doing the thing. What strikes me is that in order to deal with that does take going back into a lower resolution of the poetic in order to go from seen reality to unseen reality, right? And to talk and to
Wait.
converse and have dialogos about what's going on in the invisible in the high place instead of in the vertical or a horizontal place.
But do we ever stay in there?
No.
We're
I
always
just want to.
Yeah, please, Sherry.
I
Go
just
on,
want to
Sherry.
ask why you would call the poetic a lower resolution. I have to.
In the sense.
What are you thinking about that when you say that?
Yep. That's not language I regularly use, but it kind of came up in this conversation, and I think I'm pretty agreeable to it. And the reason why I'm agreeable to it is because I imagine higher resolution being something like harder and harder categories and definitions, whereas
Yeah, but that's abstraction. That's not higher resolution. That's I think those are two different things. I don't even think you can compare them.
The way that I would say that it matches is like, okay, I'm saying green. It's like, well, which kind of green, right? And so then I get higher and higher resolution, and I start subcategorizing and naming all of the different types of green and defining them, right? Mm-hmm. And so then that breaks down into higher and higher resolution. But I could also go the opposite way with this language and go the more fully filled and united vision is actually when you start pulling up into the poetic that allows you to see more clearly. I could reverse that and swap paradigms too.
Mm. Okay, just wondered.
Ethan, Foxman, you guys jump in. I feel like I've been interrogating Michael.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's too simple to talk about the poetic without understanding that there are restrictions involved there too. That for effective poetics, there's the need for some sort of frame, and any art for that matter requires a frame. I think it's Chesterton who says something along the lines of, if you try to draw a giraffe with a short neck, you will find that you're not free to draw a giraffe. That there's this inherent restriction in all of art in that way. And to try to separate the left and the right, I think can be an effective move, but it's a very left-brained move to split the left and the right brain. And that to get the best out of either of them, they require the other. But those are just some of my thoughts. Maybe not even generally about this conversation, but about the general topic in general, the way we talk about it.
I think that's right. It serves a purpose, but it's definitely not an endpoint. It's not the destination, but it can be helpful on like a journey to like what you're trying to get at.
Mm-hmm.
It turns into a binary kind of thing, which to your point ends up extremely emissarian, left hemispheric, right?
Mm-hmm.
Versus what is this good for? What is that bad for? Kind of thing. But this is why I've largely abandoned that, even though it's a helpful tool sometimes, and go, okay, I'm a cup. What am I full of, right? Or what yoke have I taken on? And what yoke am I attending to? Where do I set the gaze of the eye of my heart? Because that seems to have a more direct impact on how I treat my wife, how I treat my coworkers, right? How I treat my dog. Am I a good coworker? It's like, where am I attending to gratitude, right? Or am I looking at resentment, right? Because if I keep looking at resentment, that's going to fill me with all kinds of darkness, and my cup is just going to become consumed by it over time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, with the Greek stuff, like I am convinced there's very little. There might be some, but I think there's very little in the Greek which isn't in the Hebrew, which gives you like a really unique opportunity to look at like two languages talking about the same idea. Because it's the idea that we're trying to understand using words. So if you can find, like when the Greeks use the word nous, what word were the Hebrews using? And then what words do we have available to us in English? And how can we kind of triangulate this idea with multiple languages to try and figure out like what's happening to us here and now? Because like whatever map we're going to use, whether it's left brain, right brain, whether it's Greek language, Hebrew language, whether it's science, whether it's Vervaekeisms, like at a certain point, like the territory you're in is just going to go beyond the map if you're really going through the territory. And I think we spend a lot of our lives in territory that's fully mapped out. And I think it would be better for us if we spent at least some time in a period of a month. If we at least took some time in a month to go somewhere that we don't understand physically, emotionally, spiritually, to attempt to kind of enter into the unknown just a little bit. I think that brings a lot of meaning. I also think that we used to spend a couple hundred years with like rationalism and reason as like a king spirit and as like the end all be all. And so I think we're seeing a return to like symbolic thinking, which is great. But I think there's going to be a danger where that teeter totter, that symbolism is going to be held up above all, and it's going to be just as tyrannical as reason has become. And so I think like with most things, it's like we have to figure out how to balance these things and how to find the equilibrium. I do think equilibrium is possible.
So, if there's a spiritual warfare going on, right? Let's just keep that there. I tend to even like the term nohomachia, which is like wars of the noose, right? That's a noose of like a people, right? And then it encounters another, but they're not going to agree on the same things. Here's a very specific example to this community, broadly speaking, as the corner. It's like, what does rational mean? Right. So Vervaeke goes on a whole diatribe. It's like, okay, well, this is about the proper rationing or a ratio of things. You could imagine it saying, from his perspective, that word could be redeemed in proportionality. How much of any given thing should be issued out? Whereas a lot of the time where I've used that word, I have kind of demonized it in a way. Maybe I shouldn't even use that word for it, but I have turned it into a extremely emissarian epistemological framework, right? And it's very reductive, blah, 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 right? So it's like, well, what does that word really mean, right? And that conflict, right, is watching spiritual warfare happen in real time of like wars of nooses. And if we, one to buy onto the premise that we are in the middle of a Babel problem, that is one extremely pertinent example of where a battle is happening. And it changes. It changes like what we're saying to each other, right? It's like, okay, well, where do you want to land then? What's the point? I suspect that the Christian assertion is there is a mapping of reality, right, that has not changed from Noah to now, right? It is the same mapping of a hierarchy of Elohims and having the language adapt and graft. It's not just the language, it's the entire noose of a people, but having that graft onto the main branch, right, which is the one that is most in alignment with actual created reality, right? That's the game that's being played here.
You're catching some heat in the comments, Michael. Clint says rationality and ratio are homophones, not the same mapped concepts. You fool!
Sure. But as far as I can tell, I'm just reiterating part of what Vervaeke is trying to get at there, which I could be doing incorrectly, but that's my best understanding of what I've heard him go on and on about a few different times.
I had something to say. Sherry, is that jiving with your understanding of news?
Oh, I don't know. I think that from what I've read, mostly the mystics. I was wondering, is Upcycle still in the comments? I can't see them, so I don't know if he's still there. But Upcycle, you should jump on and talk about the news. But anyways, there's all kinds of meanings for the news. Like, just in English alone, when we talk about the human being, we talk about body, soul, and spirit. Nobody knows what those. I mean, we know what the body is, but people are trying to decide at various intervals. Yay! Jump on for a minute, Upcycle, and talk to us about the news. Because if anybody knows about the news, it's Upcycle. But I just want to say that a lot of the mystics, they talk about this as a place where God enters in. Martyr would talk about it in the sense of intellect, I think. I would talk about it in the sense of imagination. Carl Jung would talk about it in a sense of collective consciousness. Rupert Sheldrake would talk about it as morphic resonance or morphic fields. Rudolf Steiner would talk about it as a world soul. And, like I asked the other day, if Rupert Sheldrake can teach a rat a maze and then have rats in a city you know, across the ocean, run that maze as if they knew it. This is one of his experiments that he does for morphic fields. How much, this is just a random, I'm throwing it out here, guys. How much of this conversation has already been had somewhere else? And how much of the conversation are we participating in that is being had, right? And so you could even think about the conversation, and this has to do with the news, like the world soul anyways, because like Michael was talking about earlier about the the world soul as, the water you're swimming in, so to speak, which is kind of what I'm getting at with that. Like here's the thing. I'll just say this. So the 4-minute mile was a record once. Somebody ran the 4-minute mile. It was a huge deal. And now people can run a mile in 4 minutes, no problem.
I once ran a mile in under 8 minutes, and I felt pretty darn good about it.
Sherry, how do you feel about, like, on an individual level? It's not just an individual level, but okay, so two things. I like the idea that nous is something like the free will that does the attending. I like that. And then I also like that it's not necessarily the eye of the heart so much as the way that English speakers understand the heart at all. So instead of the mind or like a you or an ego or any of that, it's like the way that we colloquially use the heart, that seems to be the closest English word for that seems to resonate.
Yeah, the whole idea, like when you were talking earlier about the eyes of the heart, that is a very esoteric symbol, right? For spiritual eyes, present in Burmese stuff and so on. And but it's also, I think it coincides really nicely with the Jesus prayer, because the Jesus prayer is also a prayer of the heart, right? So it's a descent from the intellect or from the mind, which I know nous translates into in Greek, but the ancients didn't have the same understanding of mind as we do. So just steer clear of all that. Just pretend you don't know what it means, because you really don't. But it's a descent from heaven into earth. That's how I would think about it, and which makes it palpable to the senses, right? So, yeah, you know, a lot of the times when I listen to these conversations, I hear people talking about something and trying to narrow it down to a single thing, and to me, it just can't be narrowed down to a single thing because of I'll just say, for the lack of a better term, collective consciousness. So it's been discussed in humanity forever and ever under all kinds of different names, right? And I think that they all describe it to a certain extent. Whatever it is, it's virginal, I would say. It's virginal, and it's the place where Christ is born in us.
Yes. So I'm curious how you feel about backing into it from sin, right? So if sin is like missed the mark. Okay, here's this archery term. Here's this aiming in this shooting, right? And so the entity that has the bow and is doing the aiming, the entity that has the thing that's doing the aiming, that's the nous. That's holding on to the bow and to and doing the shooting, which is also the same thing as attending.
Oh, I don't know. We talked about this recently in Rigel's live stream. Ethan was there too, and missing the mark. Rigel didn't like it because it sounds like you're just destined to do the wrong thing all the time, right? But I proposed that it's reaching for the good, and the problem actually is that you can't know what the good really is, like, because of our finitude, right? We just so we automatically miss the mark. Now I don't know about expanding on the archery too much to the point where you're trying to determine if that is the noose. I would just be careful of that myself. I wouldn't want to try to, it's like looking for a theory of everything, when if everything is really everything, then there is not one theory.
Yeah, to over rotate on any one of these things, right, is where it gets me into like that starts to feel over categorization, too emissary and too controlly, which it's like, okay, well, lean out of that. I think Paul makes this move. Like St. Paul makes this move where it's like, what's self-evident about what's happening, the fruits, right? Like, is there self-control? Is there patience? Right? Is there joy? Is there gratitude? Like, is there hope? Is there agapic love? Like, do you see this, right, in yourself, in your community, in your ecclesia? Like, is it there or not? And you might have your dirt in your eye about it, so you need others to help you. But that's more important to attend to than some kind of, or better yet, there's a balancing of those two things, of both the invisible and the visible, that has to be held in tension.
Ups, welcome, sir. Can you
yay.
clear some things up for us? What say you of noose? Welcome.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
First of all, I would like to say that my nose is very tired today because I did a lot of things, and I have been studying a theory of physics for the past 12 hours, so my brain is a bit, but I am here, and I'm glad to see everyone, including Sherry, Teo, Michael, and Chad, and you, Magmo. So awesome. I think the best way to just give you a small glimpse is that in terms of the ancient Greek philosophers, there was a guy called Anaxagoras, and he defined nous in the sense of that all-guiding knowledge that allows us for discernment. And he used specifically the notion of discernment of the movement of the stars in the night sky. So that was his idea, and everybody more or less picked up on that. Now, in terms of Eastern Orthodoxy, generally speaking, in these parts of the world, we are using that word nous a lot, and I think the best place that can be found, and it's really important to also not only give you the verse, but also speak a bit about the Greek text. There is a verse in Luke 24, 45. And in the English one, it says, then he opened their minds so they could understand the scriptures, right? In the Greek, it actually reads, it uses τους διάνοιξεν τον νου, ούτως ώστε να μπορούν να αντιληφθούν τα γραφάς. So it has to do with prayer. It has to do with Jesus' prayer. And the nous engages with the act of the repetition of the Jesus prayer. But the whole idea there is like, initially you start saying it aloud, but then you internalize it and you internalize the whole repetition. And because you continue doing that um, throughout the day, um, the mind, the nous, dips down into the heart, and you, the individual person, you become a prayer. That's the whole purpose of that. So, yeah.
Yeah. So I imagine like going through that verse with my parents, right, in the way that they brought me up and with scripture and otherwise. So if I were to read that to them and go, okay, then he opened up their heart so that they could understand the scriptures. And then alternatively, then they opened up their mind so they could understand the scriptures. I can sense that the reaction or the imagery that would be happening to them, right? The imagination triggers that would be going on in changing just that one word is a profound difference whether the word mind was used versus the word heart. And that this is one of the key let's say battleground territories that are going on within a spiritual warfare in the West. I think this is one of those key battles.
Yes, yes, Michael. Yeah. News is like it's like radio. Basically, it got designed for us to tune in into the voice of the Lord. So,
Amen.
Chad, welcome. You had something. Did you hop in with something to say, Chad?
I don't know. I think so. I think I can understand what Upcycle is saying in the way that you just hear like people talk about like the kind of love that they have, and then they would, or like even the love that they would have for their own children, and you would think, yeah, I understand that, but then they would say, yeah, you really don't understand until you've actually had your own children, and like you're like, yeah, okay, sure. I know what you mean, and they're like, no, really, you don't really know what I mean. And like I had that experience, like I didn't like I thought I knew a degree, as much of a degree of love as I could understand for another human being, um, up until the point that I actually had like this other kind of indescribable understanding that I have now, which is the love of a father. Is there's nothing like it. But then I do wonder, like, I've heard stories of people, um, like there's this story of this guy Ed whose father was murdered, and he ended up finding forgiveness for the guy that murdered his father, to the point where he like invited the murderer to live in his home. And I think like that's a level that I don't understand yet either. And like there's a tremendous burden that comes along with um different different levels of revelation that take place in each person. So yeah, I think I understand what you're getting at. I think, and that could just be rambling, but yeah, that's all I gotta say. What do you guys think?
that's good, Chad. That's good. What you said about the experiencing the love of the child, that's like, yeah.
Hmm.
The news becomes like it descends into the heart. So,
Hmm.
and you feel things that were not able to feel before.
Hmm. I also had a similar experience when seeing Anne come down the aisle for the first time when we were on our wedding day. That was an experience that I had not ever experienced either. And like these aren't. I'm trying to talk about this in a way that is kind of understandable, in the way that it's. And that's why the question I had is, yeah, I don't think it's manageable. Like these things. Like there's no method for. At least I don't think that there's some sort of method for a deeper immersion as it relates to nous and heart. Like I don't like how do you put a method on suffering, that is going to draw you deeper into Christ? I don't think there is like a method, unless it's, like the method is as simple as, die to self and do whatever you can to do that. But I don't know, like it's not a technique thing. It's not something that I can just like. That's what I mean by manageable. Like these things aren't manageable. I think we'll discover them, we'll experience them, um, when they are revealed, I guess. Not when you um, uncover them and like try to treat this as some sort of artifacts that you can uncover through method or something.
I think that there is a certain method, Chad, but it's not a practicable one in the sense that we think of practices. It's memory. It's remembering. That's what I think it is.
Well, yeah, I would say that's why earlier I was saying that discernment is intrinsically tied to tradition, and that's how you remember as well, I think. Um, all that being said, I gotta go. We gotta go to the grocery store. Toodles.
Thanks, Chad. See you.
Is Upcycle okay? Upcycle. I wanted to ask you how phronema is there any relationship to the concept of phronema and because it's kind of a mind, right? And nous, are they related in some way? I'm just curious.
Well, phronema, it has to do with the attitude, and it is well coupled with humility, and in a way, it can be tied with this movement of the nous towards the heart, but also with other aspects, like for example, courage. So it's not only a mental act to do something courageous when the time is right.
Right. It requires action.
Yeah. It's also a matter of the heart, right?
Yeah. 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 And I mean, in that sense, if you think about it in the sense of a courageous knight in a fairy tale, his heart overrules his mind or his intellect or his rationality or however you want to put it.
Yeah, very recently I discovered a story about a king from England called Canute.
King Canute.
I think it was, Canute. It was in the 11th century, if I am not mistaken. There was a really good story about it. Basically, everyone in his circle, the people that they were serving him, everybody believed that he had divine powers, that king. And the king himself, he was he really believed that he did not have any powers. But the people around him thought of that and kept saying to him, "You are the Almighty King," and all of that jazz. And at some point, he really wanted to prove to them that he couldn't perform any miraculous acts. So he told them, let's go to the shore. And they brought his throne and they placed it to the shore. And he knew that, everybody knew that there was the tide coming that day. So he told them, okay, I will stand up from my throne and I will command the water the sea to not wet my feet, like to stand away from me. And everybody around him, they believe that what he said, it will be done. And after a while, the tide came and wet his feet. And in that, with that simple act, he showed to them that he couldn't perform any miracles, let's say.
Miracles.
And he proclaimed that all the power belongs to God because He is the Almighty. And as the legend goes, he took off his crown and never wear it after that day. So that's my story.
I love it.
That was an awesome story. Apparently, Anselman heard it as a boy or learned it as a boy. Tayo, had you ever heard that one before?
No, sir, that was a good one.
Yeah.
The thing that keeps coming up in my mind as a point of confusion is the kind of idea of what the difference between the nous would be with the holy, like the indwelling of the Spirit, or also how both of those perhaps are distinguished from sharing the mind of Christ. You know, like have the mind of Christ among you. Like,
Yeah,
do we think that those are all kind of pointing to the same thing, or are there slight differences that are worth preserving?
I think often Martin Shaw said to me once, that's what we want. We want to fall into the mind of Christ. That's why I asked Upcycle about phronema, because it's one of the things about becoming an Orthodox Christian is that you have to kind of move into this mind that is some people will call it the Orthodox mind. Some people will call it the mind of the fathers. It's not considered the mind of Christ as far as I know, but it's a different way of perceiving and seeing. And I don't know. I don't know if we can have the mind of Christ. I think that would appeal to people in a way that isn't healthy. But the idea of falling into the mind of Christ, it's like, because falling it's not voluntary, right? You're not, you fall. It's accidental in a sense, which is, I think, why we like the story of King Canute, because he fell into the mind of Christ there, didn't he? Accidentally. Something like that. I don't know if that makes sense.
I feel like we're coming to a good place of landing. Tayo, do you have any final words? And then I'll give it up to you other two folks for some final words. But I think just under 5 hours is long enough for me today. And I can't think of a better way to end it than a good story and a good explanation. But Tayo, what say you, sir?
Yeah, I think it's a good place to land the plane. Well done, McMahon. Another epic Sunday chill stream, following up from yesterday's canonical TLC stream. And it's always a pleasure. Thank you to Michael for indulging me in my questions. And thank you to Upcycle and Sherry for coming on and giving their perspective, which offers more clarification.
Yeah, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Macmo. You are doing an awesome service to the community. You are keeping us virtually not alone. And
Careful, Ups, not too many compliments.
No. That's about it. That's it.
I'll let it slide this time.
All right.
All
No,
right. Well,
thank you for being here, Ups. Sherry, your turn.
I'm just going to balance out all the compliments that you got from Ups. I'll insult you.
All right, I can handle
No,
it. I can handle it.
I'm just kidding. I was just going to say, take good care of yourself. You sound tired and you sound like you're getting sick again, Mr. McMill.
Yeah, I probably am. And I'm about to have to hop on an airplane tomorrow, too. So it's probably not going to get better, but What else am I going to do? Not stream? Far be it from me to leave the community virtually alone. But thank you, Sherry, for hopping on. You got to hang out for a long time. You're still closing us out, but you were on for a while. We caught you at a good time.
Yeah. Perfect. All right. Well, thanks a lot, McMo. Bye.
Thank
Thanks,
you,
Upcycle,
and
for
thank you,
jumping
everybody
in.
else. And we'll see you next weekend.
Bye.
Hope and your donations. I hope and your donations. Thanks, somebody. Where's the train? Ups, can you find the train? I can't find the train. There's too many brandings loaded. We've overloaded. There it is.
I've been wanting to record a skit that I haven't done, so I'm going to perform it as a rehearsal now. It goes like this. Whoa! You know, because we accentuate what's going on our insides when we're experiencing the
I'm sorry for sending such horrible samples to you, my friend. I know that I'm losing my mind again. I'm sorry, McMotion. could do stuff with this. I believe in you. Jesus Christ.